What, Tiff?
That's bad.
Oh, yeah? Cool. Good for him. Too bad I'm going into the game, dude. So these aren't even ingredients. I don't even know what these frickin' apples are for, dude. 4 XP, of course. Potion reagents. Huh? What do you mean? Dude, the music is so good, though. What are you going to show me? Whoa, what cat was
I
that?
don't know.
It was fast.
Yeah, like there's another cat or something up top, I think. Maybe, I don't know.
Bro, that's crazy.
Is it just that one?
I have no idea, dude. Dude, show me viewers again. We'll see if it continues, but it's definitely showing me viewers again. Hey, Devin, what's up, Bubby? I'm level 127. I'm trying to get to 153 tonight, which I should be able to do. I don't think it will be that hard. I'm basically just like finishing. So I've got my Hope Forest stuff. So I'm trying to get base 20s on basically everything. It's sort of my short-term goal, just like to get me to total level 153 in order to unlock the next story. I got my carpentry to level 20, and I'm just going to spend every single knowledge point on that. Basically, is sort of my idea right now for how I'm going to kind of continue on my pathway. That's the deal. So we're gonna like teleport around and do some stuff and all that kind of thing. So let's go back to Hope Forest. Let's keep gathering. I'm just gathering apples currently at this point. That might have unlocked something else at this point. What are you up to, Devin? What's your total level, Bubby? Oh, I got a new friend request. Oh, Tiff. Dude, I went to sleep last night. Tiff and I have literally opposite sleep schedules. She wakes up at like 7 in the evening, and I wake up at 6 in the morning. And I woke up this morning at 6 a.m., and Tiff was just in here on her computer playing Brighter Shores. It was the first time that she's logged in, and she got the total level 60 last night in like 6.5 hours or something like that. Just played through the night. Huh? Total level 65. Sorry, I didn't know that you kept going. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, dude, I'm really enjoying it, though. Honestly, it's a blast. It's a really good time. Jab, what's up, dude? What are you up to, man? Have you been playing Brighter Shores at all? You gotten into it? 376. Jeez, Devin. Take a break, dude. No, man. I've been playing as much as I can, but, like, time is limited. This is my busy season for sure as far as like product making and all that stuff goes, so it's been kind of ridiculous, but I've been playing as much as I possibly can, so it's been going pretty good, I think, considering where I'm going. Leeks. Where do I find leeks at? Pine logs, clovers. Why haven't I discovered everything? I really think that I would learn to do that at some point. Watch it be in all these question mark places. Where are these leeks at? It could be up here. Okay, we might go do a little bit of exploring real quick just so I can figure out where these leaks are. Let's head north, I guess. Up down here. 366 G's, guys. You guys play so much, dude. I'm not here to make you feel bad about it or anything, but like, geez, dude. So what's the other episodes like? Only in the 170s. That's still a lot, dude. You guys are like literally cooking through the game. You gotta like, you're eating your candy all at once, man. You're gonna be filled with cavities and have a stomach ache and all that stuff. You're gonna hate the game at the end. So what is here that I haven't discovered? These things. Oak trees. Okay, cool. So it's oak branches and stuff that I haven't discovered here, which is probably the same thing up here. I've heard that you can click 2 maps away now. OSR, so you don't plan on switching anytime soon. It's not about switching, buddy. It's about playing multiple games. But I feel you. You're kind of in the thick of OSRS right now. So, like, why would you kind of vibes? I haven't even explored this map yet. Have you looked anything on this game yet, Jad? Or have you just completely ignored it so far? It is totally not a game for everybody. There are so many people who say the things that I love about this game like they are terrible things about the game, and I'm like, that's the stuff I like, actually. That's crazy that you feel that way, because this is my favorite part of this game. It's already been up here. Okay, maybe over here are the leaks? I don't know. It could be back like around the town or something. I might have just like not paid enough attention. Absolutely love episode 4, word. having a great time just doing stuff before League. Yeah, no, I feel the same way, dude. Like, this is my pre-League game, and then when League comes out, I'll be focusing on old school RuneScape again. And I'll get back to Guild Wars 2 at some point, and everyone's gonna hopefully have done a lot of stuff to the Guild Hall in Guild Wars 2 at that point. Wood splitting stump. A bones bank? What? What is a bones bank? What? What? So there's bones? I don't even know what those could be for. I'll try it eventually, but for sure, but I'm not quite ready to take on learning another just yet. Yeah, it's super straightforward while being simultaneously really long-winded, I guess would be the term that I'm looking for here. It is not a game that I think... Now, there are going to be people who are just going to no-life it like crazy and max out at some point for sure. Like, I'd say we'll see the first max account probably by... Not max account, sorry. We'll see the first 500 probably by the end of this year, if I had to make a guess. Unless the curve just goes crazy and it's impossible to do that. My guess, though, is the end of December, maybe February is sort of my feelings for what's going to happen. But I think that this game is, you know, skilling-wise, going to take a lot longer to get to the max levels than something like RuneScape would. Oh, we got the setting to make it single-click actions. I need that right now. Hold on. Let me just bring this up. Okay. Controls. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Walk to open action menu. Right-click. Do first action. Cool. Perfect. That is exactly what I want. So it's just RuneScape now. So I can just attack one of these guys. All the things that people were complaining about are getting fixed, and all the things that people were complaining about, if it wasn't core game mechanics, were just fodder for reasons to not play a lot, you know? Hey, Rue, what's up? It's going good. How you doing? Both your chill game and your Giga Grind game? I have not gotten to anything magic-wise that is actually interesting to talk about in this game so far. The only spells that I currently have are QOL spells, like quality of life spells. And I know that there's one that I really want to get that I haven't gotten yet, but it seems to be kind of like no combat magic yet, but I think that there is because I know that your class has combat magic. Where are the leaks, fellas? Hold on. They gotta be around here. Juniper. It's not those. It would be here in the yellows. Clover, chestnut, maybe over here. Let's go down here and we'll find out. Yeah, and dude, 2 rooms on the map is huge. I think any more than that is getting a little bit unnecessary, but also I don't know how much that they need to have a limit on the movement as far as the rooms go. I think that the further you can move, the more AFK the game becomes, and the game definitely feels significantly more AFK than RuneScape. I think that there is a section of people who play video games nowadays that I was not thinking of previously in my time playing games, who are mostly idle game players because they don't have a lot of free time to be playing games. And so that's where I think that we're at currently. That this game is being made for the adults who have way less time to play a game actively. Dude, controls have added a lot of really good stuff. Okay, let's find the... Not this. Okay, well, I think we're just going to Unity here. I'm not worried about it. So what are your guys' thoughts about the game currently? What are you guys looking at as being the positives, the negatives? What are your ideas of what could be made better? Like, James has had a lot of really good thoughts, I think, as far as what could actually be made better in this game. But overall, my opinion is positive. I do feel it's a little bit like a job to a degree, which, you know, whatever. That's completely fine. I wonder how long it's going to hold my attention for. So long as there's new content, I'll probably be here for it. I don't know how much the quests with the higher requirements are going to enthuse me into going for those higher requirements. When right now I feel like the highest quest requirements are in the 50s and 60s, and maybe when those quest requirements get more to the hundreds or 200s, then I'll start doing the 50 or 60 ones. But right now I'm just trying to get through main storyline. We're just going to get apples, I guess. It makes the most sense. It's going to be the easiest thing to find. North of Tangled Lane. Ivy Junction, Fern Junction, Tangled Lane. But which one's Tangled Lane? It'll be like over here. Bro, it's too much. Twisted Junction. Bro, it's too much. It's fine. I'm just gonna get apples for now. Forget about it. Forget about it. I do like the single click though. That's actually kind of huge. It's so nice, dude. It's so relaxing and chill. This is definitely up there with RuneScape right now as far as games that I can stream and play and relax to, and just sort of have conversations with you guys without having to think too much about anything. I assume I will unlock episode 3 tonight. That's sort of my thoughts. Oh, keep doing that. I wish you could queue actions. I often outclick an action. I think I wish they would adjust when you unlock new enemies after 20. They unlock stuff you can't possibly kill early on. Dude, I don't understand how the combat really works in this game yet. I don't know if anyone really does as far as calculations go and how to actually do more damage. The gear that you get is oddly confusing to tell what's good and what's bad. My backpack's over here. I need to start remembering where everything is. So that gives me some interesting thoughts for sure. Like, this sword that I got is a level 10 sword. I know it has 42% chance of using fire damage, but it's 9 levels above this one that's only 1 rank above. It's only blue over green, and yet it's 10 damage less, and I just find that to be very strange. I do have a day job, but it's also a job where I work for myself. I run a soap and bath product company, where I make soap and bath products and wax melts and all of those kinds of things. It's like a handmade crafting store type vibe. But mostly it's just manufacturing product for myself. I'm primarily self-employed. I don't have like a, I have to be somewhere 9 to 5 kind of thing. Yeah, dude, the symbols are confusing. Everything in this game is kind of... I find it interesting that he was so cryptic beforehand, and then the game comes out and he's still being cryptic with us. I don't know why, but I enjoy it, I think. And then it makes it hard to move around some areas. Yeah, totally, no. Oh, Tiff, you don't know where all the symbols mean. No, dude, I totally get that. They're a little bit confusing, for sure. For me, it's weird the fact that some recipes with 2 items, you need to hit profession level 80 for one item and level 120 for the other item. I feel like the gap is too big. I agree, especially considering the fact that that gap is a 10+ hour grind gap. It's not something that you can close over the course of 30, 40 minutes. It would be one thing if it was, but it's just not. I also think the EXP scaling is a little bit strange. I find it odd that getting to level 25 in a skill is a 5-ish hour grind or so, and that the grind takes, like I said, like 5 or so hours, and then that's for, you know, what the equivalent of level 1 to 10 in RuneScape is. I find that to be very interesting as well. Everything's meant to be earned very heavily, and I don't know how I feel about it. He may have been behind a little bit. Rarity of item is huge, and the worth of item in Brighter Shores. Yeah, 100%. So now I'm just enjoying reading Absolute DC and Ultimate Marvel series in my free time. Oh, okay, that's cool. All good. I'm taking a break from Guild Wars 2 and grinding for Sky Skull Collection. Has the Sky Skull been hard? Have you doing the easy way or the hard way? The company's called Artisan Bath Co. We also do a oddities store as well for live shows called Artifacts in the Making. That one's way more Tiff's bag than it is anything to do with me, though. I just sort of go and sell stuff. Rare drops do feel really, really good. I have a an epic level set of boots that is really, really good as well. And it does feel really nice. I just wish that upgrades felt more commonplace. It's kind of frustrating that a blue item outranks a green item of 10 levels difference, just because I would like to be progressing my damage faster, especially as I'm like, it's frustrating that I'm 15 scout levels, or I'm level 15 scout, and the monsters that are level 10 still put up a really hard fight against me. That's a little bit odd. And I don't feel like the armor makes a huge difference in the amount of damage that you take, you know? So it's sort of a, an odd little thing that's going on with the combat. But the combat is hands down my least favorite part of the game so far. And I think that that's totally okay. The game definitely has a lot more skilling available than combat currently. But the boss battles have been interesting enough to keep me entertained with the combat. But it seems that most of the game is really based around skilling. All right, let's go bank, and then we'll go back. Apples are for potions. I find that odd. Why not make apple pies? Probably because it's a British game. They could have made apple tarts. It is a very weird formula for the combat. I agree with that. Combat feels less important in this game in the way that Andrew designed it. It seems as though it just wasn't. He knew that there needed to be combat, but Bion put it really well when he said that it feels like you're rolling a set of dice and you're playing a board game. And I agree with that. That's the way that I also feel about it. Oh, you could zoom in and out by right-clicking. I didn't know that. Okay. That's the wrong one. It's over here. I need to move my inventory, apparently, because I keep clicking over there for it. Put friends over there. How have you guys been playing with your screens so far? What's your guys' screen setup? There is no trading in this game, period, Jad. So basically everyone is an Iron Man. What, Tiff? Yet. But I also don't know how the trading is going to work because basically everything is available to buy from stores. Why am I walking? Oh, whatever. Which is fine, you know, I don't think the combat is bad. I just think that it's not fleshed out in any kind of meaningful way currently. And like I said, I tend to think that that must be a design choice rather than something that they just haven't worked on because they put the game out. I think that everything here is probably a design choice to some degree. For better or for worse, a lot of the times, the EXP curve is brutal in this game because I believe that he was making it for people who find RuneScape to be not much of a challenge for them anymore, for people who have done the 1 to 99 grind. I do hope that the skills start to sort of stack on top of each other at some point, and you have to have multiple skills for certain things. That would be really nice. And I also think it would be cool if they, at some point, have more things for us to be working towards. I'm sort of keeping a list of all of the things that I've noticed people are doing in this game as their achievements. So level 25 fishing was the first one that I noticed. 32 carpentry is another one. The getting the total levels needed for unlocking the story quests is another thing that a lot of people are doing. What else were we talking about, Tiff, that we've noticed for the that people are trying to like go for as massive goals? There was one more thing that you corrected me on what level it was for. Oh, capes. Where are the capes at, Tiff? You were under the impression that it was the reverse? No, it's not the reverse at all. It's super single player focused almost. Let's go figure out what these skill capes are. I think the trading will focus more on weapons and armor. I could definitely see that. Caddy corner of the Enchantress shop. Okay, I know where that is. Word. I know where that is. Cool. Thank you. So we're gonna go for that. So the capes, Tiv and I had a confusion about it. She thinks that they're level 10 or 20 that you start getting capes. I think she said 10. I think that it's 20. I think that it is level 100 that you can start getting capes, but I'm not certain. So I'm gonna go find out now. All right. I love the skill cape I do that in Bright Shores. I like it too. I think it's really, really cool. I like the idea that you can kind of start off really quickly and then you move across. You keep building it up as you go further. Show off your current level to see items you'll be able to buy in the future. Future items must be level 50 guard, 100 guard, 200 guard. So it's 50 to unlock it at first, not 20. That's still a long ways away, which is fine. 32 carp changed to the way you play the game. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I'm very excited to get 32 carpentry, but like I said, I'm trying to unlock a whole bunch of other stuff as well. So I'm doing it passively by just using knowledge points in carpentry every time. Okay, let's go back to Hope Forest. I thought it would be something like that because just counting up how many levels there are and at what pace that you would be unlocking them, it seemed like it would be around that. Okay, let's go back here. Let's start collecting the berries. Where are these berries at? I'd seen them. What had happened was hazelnut worms leak. Oh, there's the leeks right there. Oh, wish I would have done that earlier. Goat horn, where are the berries? Why can I never find these freaking things? They should use a legend somewhere where you can click on an item that you want to be able to find and then it'll just mark it on your map. You already have everything unlocked. Don't make me scroll around and look for a bunch of things. I don't think that's necessary. Where are these? Thistle, orchid. For some reason, it's so hard to find them. And when you scroll out, the numbers get so much smaller. Plant dandelions. I've seen these. I literally saw these. I've seen them. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Thistle, bones. There they are. Hellberries. Okay. That's not too bad. The walk is decent, but it won't be that bad. Majesty. Never played Majesty. Yeah, I agree. The game is very fun when you do a variety. It's nice to sort of jump around with everything. It lets you click on the item to find the map. Skill guide under professions. That's really helpful. Oh, it does indeed. You're right. Cool. Let's get some hailberries. Yeah, I think the game is really fun when you do a variety. I think that it could be really easy to burn yourself out if you just focus on one skill and one skill only. I remember after the first day, someone told me that they were level 136 fishing after the first 24 hours of the game being live. And I just remember thinking that that person was definitely going to burn themselves out really, really hard, and it was going to be not fun for them anymore. And they were complaining heavily about how boring fishing was. And I thought, yeah, because you've only done fishing, dude. There's so much else for you to do, and you spent 24 straight hours doing this thing. You're sleep deprived right now. Of course you're irritable. You're a grumpy little Gus because you've been out here harpooning the same 10 fish over and over again, dude. When you have the money to buy the logs for carpenter, yeah, that might be what I end up doing too. Once I find some items that I don't need to keep for other skills, I'm going to start selling them. But everything just seems to be giving me either potion ingredients or cooking ingredients at this point, so I want to keep those. Things respawn pretty well. Like, usually you have multiple rooms that you can gather each item in, and so they tend to respawn at a decent rate. Now, when you're doing fish, it's really annoying. Hey, I'm glad, Rue. I've been working on the audio mixing of my voice for the stream a lot, too. I'm hitting at a crispy -2 right now. Just absolutely crispy. a little bit of a limiter on there, so when I go over it just a tiny bit, it pulls me back, and you get that nice little you know, crust, that sear on my voice. I really dig that sound. It's, you know, that kind of thing. Ooh, it feels good. Makes your ears feel nice. So we can click 2 rooms away on our map now. Let's click on the map, always a thing. It wasn't on launch day, but it did come out the day after launch day. I met someone with 200 guard cape and I was amazed. Dude, people are grinding extremely fast. I don't know how they're doing it, but I've seen total levels up to 400 already now. It's wild, the speed that people are cranking through the game. Like I said, they're going to burn through all the content. There's going to be nothing left for them to do. And then they're going to go, there's not enough content in this game. They've put 700 hours over the course of a month. Is that possible? 730 times 24. It's like what? It's close. It's really close to 700. It's 720. Perfect. They slept 20 hours over the course of that month. Completely doable. They don't need to go to the hospital at all. They're not in trouble at all. That's Tiff's favorite thing to say whenever I'm mad at her. Because I'm not in trouble at all. Just denies it. Okay, this is a really irritating way of handling an argument, I have to say. All the planks are poles and refining the poles. Yeah, that one's pretty good, and I also like that you get more EXP for the amount of actions that you have, or for the amount of materials that you've gathered. I think that's really, really cool. It's a great way of sort of giving you a little bit more bang for your buck, and also having a little bit more AFK time sort of built into the thing as well. It's very nice. There's a massive EXP boost going on this week in Guild Wars 2 if you wanted to work on your auto loot mastery at some point. Oh, definitely. I will definitely have to get onto that for sure. Lots of gaming to do, fellas. Lots of gaming to do. Like always. I like the production skills, just like I did in old school RuneScape. I like Chef the most to make money early because some recipes are real AFK. Yeah, I haven't messed around too much with cooking because there wasn't any need for me to use cooking for anything but to make money. And I haven't really needed money that much for anything so far, because I'm mostly just getting all of my skills to level 20 so that I can unlock the next episode in the story. And because of that, there's just no real need for me to buy a whole lot of stuff because you can get all of your skills to 20 pretty easily. And I go north from here. Let's bring up the map. We just go, what, straight up again to Hellberries, yeah. Yeah, oh, hey, Carl, what's up, dude? My cat is, you guys can see his little face. Look at his little face right here. He's here to cause trouble, dude. I just got a new amplifier, and I'm worried about him scratching it up, and he's already nosing at it. Carl, please don't make me frustrated with you. Do not scratch that up. I'm gonna have to buy a slipcover for it or something because I'm terrified I'm gonna come in here one day and the grill is gonna be torn to pieces and I'm gonna be so upset and bummed out. Hey Roy, what's up, dude? How you doing? Just 60 total? Yeah, I need 60 total in this, and then you need 153 in, or you need 153 in total level, and you need 60 in all of the skills. So I'm just sort of picking skills and getting them to base 20 before I move on to something else. And whenever I get my total level that I need, 153, I'll move on. But 130 currently. So I'll be able to get this one to 20, and then I'll probably leave Scout there, and I'll move to cooking or something. Carl, stop, get away from that. I can already see you. I can already see the problem developing. That is not a scratching post for Carl. That is the one thing I've gotten myself in the past year, and I would be very upset if you did something bad to it. I don't mind spoilers in general. I haven't seen any for this game so far, but I don't really care that much. Let's convert XP for carpentry. That's what we're gonna do. Because that's just going to boost the level like crazy, and that'll get me to 32. As I grind all of my other skills, I'll just end up having enough knowledge points to get me to 32, I would assume. Oh yeah, you kind of burn out on Guild Wars 2 right now, Rue? I'm not really burned out on any video games right now in specific. I just want to play guitar so bad. That's all I can think about lately. I just want to find a drummer, and I want to jam with them really badly. That's all I can think. Yeah, they're pretty crappy currently. My hope port levels are basically nothing. Ram's Horn. That is over here in the like northern part. Or am I wrong? I know I can click the thing. Let me do that because it'll irritate me otherwise. Gathering Ram's Horn map. Wyatt Grove. How do I feel about this location? I hate it. Okay, we're gonna stay at Hellberries for a little while then. Halleberries? Hellberries? Hellberries? I think it's Hellberries. Halle is a different word. Holly? I don't know, man. I'm just an American. It went okay. Yeah, it went pretty good. I think that my expectations are like way too high for those things normally, but it was nice. It was so we did a thing called Wizard Fest, which is one of the biggest Harry Potter conventions in the northeast of America, and it's not that far away from where we live. And they do an entire section of this town up as if it's a place in London, and it's pretty wild, dude. It was pretty nuts. It was really cool. Why are you not clicking with this game? I think that if you, depending on what you enjoy in other games, this could be a huge put off to you. If you like high activity things, this game is probably not for you. If you want things to be fast paced, if you want there to be a large variety of, I mean, when I say large variety, I mean RuneScape levels of just you can do absolutely anything that you can imagine to do in that game, this game probably isn't going to be for you. I can totally see all those things. And also, I think that you have to have an open mind when you're playing it as well, and just sort of let yourself drift. If you haven't tried playing this game with a video playing in the background or just talking to somebody, then you might want to try that. Halle Berry is a singer. Who knows if that's the joke? Also, James, where are you at right now? What's your total level? Yeah, dude, it's $6 a month. You know what I mean? The price for entry to members in this game is super, super low. And I think that was an interesting idea for them to have, because I think if this game would have cost $15 a month, I would not have gotten a name on day one. But the fact that it was $6 a month made me pull the trigger on it immediately. It's like 2 candy bars, 1 protein shake. It's crazy. Yeah, playing music is something special, Jaster. I agree with that 100%. It's just, you know, there's something about playing music that doesn't feel like I'm wasting time in any kind of way. Video games always feel a little bit like a waste of time, and I've done everything that I can to make them not that way. I've tried to make them my job, and all it's done is give me stress about playing video games, and I still feel like I'm wasting my time whenever I'm working playing video games. I don't know how to get rid of that feeling, and it bums me out because I love playing them. But anytime you play music, it just feels like I'm progressing on something that I'm supposed to be progressing on, if that makes any sense. And this is totally a mental block of my own. I'm not trying to put this on anybody else. I'm not saying that video games are a waste of time. I'm just saying that that's what I think sort of happens in my brain with it. I want to get 32 carp for episode 4's main quest. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do that at some point for sure. I just thought I'd train up my other levels, you know, first, so I can get some knowledge points and make it a little bit more AFK. Welcome back to the Halle Berry's a singer. Video games are fun, but playing music is something special. Halle Berry, Catwoman actor. Yeah, indeed, she is. It's Chuck Berry's daughter, dude. Halle Berry is Chuck Berry's daughter, which, by the way, I want to learn a Chuck Berry song. I've been thinking about that lately. Giving a 5 out of 10 because the skill unlocks don't feel impactful at all. I don't disagree with you, Roy. I hope that this game sponsors me at some point, so I feel bad saying anything negative about it, but in its current state, I would probably give it a 6.5 out of 10, which I know is probably maybe not a shocker, but definitely not what I think people would expect for me to say about this game. But I'm thinking about the games that I've played in the past 6 months. Core Keeper, Guild Wars 2, Sparking Zero, World of Warcraft, RuneScape. I've played a lot of those games lately. Out of all those games, I mean, the majority of them are 7.5s to 8s or 8.5s. And this game is just squarely below that. I'm having a great time with it. It's a cool new experience. It's a lot of fun and interest in what's going on. I like the community that's happening right now. I like riding this wave and sort of it being a part of this as it's coming out. But is it a amazing, crazy good, super top tier video game in its current state? No, there's a lot of issues with it. And I think that the people who are sort of absolutely glazing it and acting like there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever, or there's nothing off-putting about it, is kind of surprising to me. I can't believe that there are people out there who are dumping an unbelievable, chunk of their time to try to get single skills up to 500 as quick as possible. But to each their own and play it how you want to. It's just surprising to me that people feel that way about it, I guess. Compare it to an old Steam engine that is well taken care of. Yeah, it's definitely got a lot of thought put into it, but there are also some things that are kind of confusing about it. I don't think Andrew Gower's perfect. I do think that he's really good at getting us to do mundane activities that otherwise we wouldn't do whatsoever. So that's kind of an interesting thing. But I don't know, man. I'm excited to see where it goes. I'm having the most fun unlocking new content. That's what's giving me the most joy currently. Yeah, I think a lot of it is because it's Art.ru. And they're just things that are respected in a way that playing video games isn't respected, maybe, to some degree. But I'm also trying to stop having this feeling that I have to earn some kind of keep in my life, other than just, earning a living and all of that I have to, punish myself and make myself suffer and gain skills, and otherwise I'm not worth anything. I'm trying to sort of get that out of my life and my thoughts, because I don't think it's doing me any good lately. Say you unlock the 5% XP potion. It's nice, but it messes with inventory management, so mostly not worth using. Yeah, totally. I have some fun with the game, but I don't see myself playing more after I'm done with unlocking the remote bank in Act 4. I think that, I said this earlier, Roy, I don't know if you were here. I think that I will finish the episodes, do a couple of the quests that I unlock along the way, and then I'll be waiting for new content at that point. I think that that's where I will take my break of this game. That's exactly what I'm doing, James, by the way. That's I think, the perfect plan for Carpentry to level 32. Because I'm going to be grinding other skills and you get knowledge points really fast. One of the top level guards quit yesterday. They were grinding 21 hours a day. We're up to 236 guard. Another one is up to 233 today. So here's the thing about that, Eric. This is what I find really interesting about the psyche of video gamers. I do not understand quitting a video game. Why do you have to? You're not allowed to show up if you give up. You don't leave and burn the bridge, and then it's not like a job that if you walked back in, they'd go, what the fuck do you think you're doing? You said that you weren't going to be here anymore. You can't come back here and do this anymore. So I don't understand why people quit a game. Maybe they shouldn't have dumped hundreds of hours into it over a couple of days, I think that that's the reason that people quit video games. I have played this game for, hold on, let me check. It's way less than what you would ever guess, probably. I have played Brighter Shores for 19 and a half hours so far, and it's been out for over a week now, Tiff? It's been out for over a week, and I put 19 and a half hours into it. Like a week. And because of that, I'm not remotely bored with it, because I sit around thinking about it, and then when I get a chance to play it, I play it. But I think that you're setting yourself up for failure if you are dumping a ton of hours into something right off the bat, because you're just going to get burned out, dude. I know how burnout works, and that's how it happens a lot of times. OSR has always been criticized for being a pretty naked Skinner box, but Brighter Shores feels like an even more naked Skinner box. Way more, dude. I think that Brighter Shores is literally a numbers go up simulator to a degree. And there's a couple things along the way so that your brain has a little bit of extra dopamine to keep the numbers going up with your hands, to keep you stimulated enough to go for those things, being the quests and the rewards from those quests, the episodes you unlock, new gear, unlocking your class, these kinds of things. But I do think that the whole point of Brighter Shores is the numbers going up so far. Your two wasted inventory systems really are working on me. If your goal is to annoy me, lol. It's not, but you know me, man. I have to play a little bit. I have to play a little bit inefficiently, or else I'm just not doing my job as a mid-game player, dude. I could just drop both of them, but I'm not going to. They live there. I think honestly, my storage is filled up for my quartermaster. It would be so easy. I could click this button and I could put that one in there for sure. But I just now that you brought it up, I really don't want to. And this has nothing to do with you, dude. It's just anybody who would have brought that up would have made me not want to. And I didn't even think. This is what sucks. This is the worst part about my brain, Roy, is that I would have never have thought about that because it's gone to me. I have like ADHD or whatever it is, something in my brain that those two slots did not exist to me. I'm blind to them. You bring them up, now they exist to me. And I agree that it would be a good idea for me to put those away so I could get 2 more things per trip. It would make me level up faster, which is what I want. But because you said it to me, for some reason my brain is like, you can't do it or else you look like a bitch. Like it's so frustrating, dude, to have this brain sometimes. I would love to put those away. Now I feel like I can't. I think on the art topic, there's a difference between creating and consuming. You can definitely create within a game, but you're also consuming. Music art is always creating, even if it's practicing. Totally. And I also think that music and art in general feel like they can be anything. When I'm playing guitar, not only am I thinking of, I'm in the zone of playing this instrument, I'm jamming along to a drum track, but I'm also considering the possibilities of songs that I can write, people that I could jam with, shows that I can play, places that I can go, new gear that I can get, new things that I can do with it, new songs to learn. It is literally anything. Anything is capable. I can make an album that sounds like Halloween music. I could make an album that is all lute and I could learn to play the lute. And I think that in a video game, you are limited to what the developer wants you to be able to do. Even if they try to make it seem like there is an infinite amount of stuff to do, you're still limited by what's hard-coded into it. And that makes it feel slightly different. Roy, I'm going to put these items away. I've decided that saying all that out loud made me free, You played for 8 hours straight on stream for the very first day. Yeah, well, I had to. It was completely necessary. And I'll probably play for quite a while tonight, too, as well. I'll probably try to get to, like I said, the episode 3 and unlock that and everything, and then stream tomorrow as well. Just like being around for the start of a new game and watching things blossom from just a seed. I agree with you 100%, Frog. I have often quoted or stated that my biggest regret in life... This is a really privileged position. One of my biggest regrets in life. I can't say my biggest because I have other regrets that are actually real regrets. One of my biggest regrets in life is that I didn't play World of Warcraft when it first came out, and I'll never understand what it was like to be there through all those years that people talk about as if it was one of the greatest experiences. I can only talk about with World of Warcraft and remember what it was like to watch other people fall in love with that game and become addicted to it. And even though I've played a lot of World of Warcraft now, even though I've gone back and played Classic WoW, and I played Wrath of the Lich King Classic and all that stuff, it's not the same as being there before the game was cracked and leveling up inefficiently and going from level 1 to 20 to 25 to 40 to 45 to 60 and then being able to go into dungeons and raids and all these. I will never know what that was like, and it's a big bummer. It's a hole in my life that I regret deeply. And so whenever a new MMO comes out, because they're my favorite genre of game, I totally feel the need to play it. It feels like I should, it feels like I should be here. Playing the loot like in RuneScape. Yeah, 100% playing the loot like in RuneScape. Dude, I miss RuneScape, honestly. Like, I want to play some RuneScape. I'm glad that leagues are coming out soon, so I have an excuse to just dump a week into that game. Where are we going for leagues, guys? Where are we going for them? Quartermaster, we're doing this. We're doing it. It's taking me so long. Oh, let's put this away. Deposit that. And then we're going to... What do we have here that we can get rid of? I don't know what's better than what. This helmet's going to be worse, I'm assuming. I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm going to deposit this. And we're going to drop this. I don't even care. Cool. Okay, back to Hope Forest. I did it, Roy. I did it. I went Melee last league. I might go Magic this league. I really haven't been... This is my problem, is that every time a new league comes out, I'm always about a year behind in the meta of RuneScape because I don't pay attention to all the changes that happen. As you guys know, I haven't even completed Varlamore or anything, so I don't know what's actually the best stuff to do. I'm about a year behind in my discoveries and knowledge, so I'm not sure what I should do, but something I just kind of want to do Magic because I never do Magic. But if I do Magic, that means that I have to unlock Al-Kharid because I need Ancients, and unlocking Al-Kharid is kind of annoying. I feel like unlocking Magic makes my pathway through the game sort of irritating, and I don't know where to go to and which zones to unlock in what order yet. I haven't made a plan whatsoever, and I don't want to log in with no plan, so I'm going to have to... Maybe on stream we'll try to talk about it at some point and figure out a plan. You thought about what build/goals you want to go for in League? Besides Magic, not really. Last year I had a whole plan, but I streamed Leagues for 14 hours on day 1 to 0 people the whole time. Last year it was wild, dude. I was nutso. I stayed up 24 hours. It was crazy. Auto equip will equip my best. Good to know. I don't trust the auto-equip to know what's best for me to a degree, though. Top 5. Desert Asgarnia and something else. Yeah, last year I went... Lumberjaws, obviously, your first unlock, and then I went... Where did I unlock next? Huh? I didn't do Desert. I did... I want to say I unlocked the Falador area, because I had pest control. And then I unlocked one more, and then that's when I quit. But I can't remember what the next one I unlocked was. Maybe it was Desert next after that. What were you saying? When is... I don't know, but I'm sure that they have it. I have no idea when it is. I feel like they announced when Leagues was forever ago. It's like November 15th or... No, it's like November 25th maybe? Thank you, Roy. Capturing the moment when I first played WoW, the Burning Crusade was absolutely mind-blowing. I still can't get over the environments of Zangarmarsh, Nagrand, and Netherstorm. Drunk Saturday night raids was fun. Were you old enough to be drinking during the during the Burning Crusade, dude? That's wild. All in on Varlamore and Korin, you think? Maybe Melee? That could be a really good way to do it. I do think Varlamore's a great mid-game sort of area to go to, which makes you think that it might be a better second unlock than a first unlock, because there's not a whole lot to actually do in Varlamore when you're low level, but, you know, being mid-game would be really, really good there. Huh? What's the start date? It's the day before Thanksgiving? You have a schedule? What do you mean? Oh no, bro! Brighter Shores was released at a terrible time for us too. It was right before this craft show.
It was less bad than that.
This is really bad, yeah. Dude, I'm not meant to be a streamer right now. The universe is pulling me away from this shit, guys. It's really irritating in some kinds of ways, honestly. Everything that I've been planning for has been in direct conflict with other things in my life that I cannot get out of. It is a really busy time of the year for us, but it's really frustrating. I feel like all of this stuff is... I don't know why they release all this stuff so, you know, in areas of time where a lot of people are really busy, but I guess it is what it is. You like Desert because it means you can level thieving without pickpocketing? 27th of November. I might just have to do late night streams whenever Leagues comes out then. I also heard a thing that made me really sad and makes me wanna start streaming on holidays specifically. And it was Pirate Gaming who said that holidays are the hardest time of the year for people. And a lot of people don't have anyone to spend time with. And so streaming on those holidays is really good because it you know, can dramatically help make people's lives better. And ever since I've heard that, I almost feel like I really should be streaming on holidays at some point. So I might start doing holiday streams, basically for every single holiday. Not because I'm trying to get viewers. I think it'll be the opposite, but I do feel like people who would benefit from that and who would enjoy watching me on a holiday, like that would be a really, really good thing to do. If that makes any sense. Yeah, old school RuneScape has mobile, but I got a fucking strain, dude. All 30 people gotta watch, dude. And can't do their summer hobbies. Oh, yeah, totally. Exploit others' weaknesses. It's not exploiting their weaknesses. I'm providing a service. Like I said, I don't think it would be, I don't think it would be better for the community or anything. I think it's just more about, I don't know, if it's something that I can do. There's got to be some kind of good that comes out of this. It can't just be me being selfish constantly. I'm so tired of just everything revolving around me constantly, I feel like this is the weird thing, dude. The narcissistic side of me flares up so much whenever I do all this stuff, even to the feeling sorry for myself about being narcissistic. That's also such a self-centered way to think about the world, that I get to decide whether or not I'm being self-centered. That's just such a strange way to look at everything, to focus so much on me, and I really want to break out of that. It's so irritating, man. All I want to do is hang out with the boys. I want to put a seconds in, guys. A lot of people also have time off for the holidays and being snowed in. Dude, one of the greatest feelings is video games and not being able to leave your house. I remember having a snow day. So I got Kingdom Hearts 1 for Christmas in 2003 or 2, maybe 2001, 2002, 2003, somewhere in there, but around the time that it launched. I think it came out and then I got it that Christmas. And I loved Kingdom Hearts 1. It was one of the first games that I locked into that hard, that was only me playing it. My brother didn't play it. No one around me was also playing it. It was just me who had locked into that game. And I remember having a snow day a week or so after and being at Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 1, and dude, it was so good going to sleep that night knowing that the next day I didn't have to go to school and I could wake up and keep playing that game. That was the best feeling ever. I have not done my 32 Carpentry grind yet, Tyler. I'm using knowledge points to try to get as close to it as I can while I grind up my stats or my skills for episode 4. I need, 21 more levels. Also, I'm Hailberries. I'm trying to see. No, I still need one more level, I think, before I unlock my next thing that I can harvest. See if it's going to be any better. How's it going? James got it recently as well, and it seems like it's very much worth it. But it's such a long. 32 is such a long grind, dude. I know that I sound like an absolute numpty for saying something like that when other people are getting 50s and 60s at this point, but 32 is such a grind, dude. It's so long doing one thing. What's your rating, number rating of it so far, Tyler? Shit. It is definitely more brutal to bank in this game, for sure. Unlocking the material storage spell is going to be huge, definitely. It is a very, very long walk to banks. Did I get all of them? I did. Respawn. There they are. It's not. I give this game, I think I said 6.5 out of 10 a little bit ago, and I stick with that currently so far. It's solid. It's a totally different experience than anything that you've probably played before, because I don't think there's a whole lot out there that's like it. It has a whole different vibe going on from what it looks like it has. It's not at all bad. It's just very, very slow. Yeah, 32 is crazy long. Like out of 10, yeah. Your 1 to 10 rating on it so far. 6.5 is a very high score for me too, by the way. It takes a lot. I would say that I don't have a lot of video games that I place above an 8. Those games are so far and few between for me. RuneScape's probably an 8.5. Went in a meh 5 minutes because the rift was on top of the bones. Felt so good. What do you mean the rift was on top of the bones? What are you talking about? Pros and cons. Pros. Very relaxing, very chill, very easy to AFK and do other things. It really allows you to get levels in any way that you want to. This game is very capable of allowing you to set your own goals. The quests in this game give you good rewards. The mechanics addict you in a very strong way. The community is very strong. The cons in this game are that the combat is sort of an afterthought. There isn't a whole lot of reason to be doing anything other than just unlocking faster ways to do things. And I think that staying power-wise, this game is going to really have to step up what it's doing over the next year in order to have staying power. Those are the cons that I'm seeing currently. What game is a 3 to me? OSRS is probably like 8.5. What game is a 3 to me? A 3 is probably like Call of Duty, honestly. I just, it does nothing for me. That kind of game. Fortnite is probably a 4.5 or a 5. Something like Final Fantasy X probably falls in the 7-ish range. Guild Wars 2 is probably 7.5. Something like that, yeah. Storage Rift, okay, word. Yeah, I think that this game has a really interesting way of making it feel like the next thing for you to get is just a little bit more playtime. Where does RuneScape lose those 1.5 points to me? RuneScape loses those 1.5 points in not having a quick goal for me to be able to work towards that makes me feel like I've made real progress in that game. I think that RuneScape does this thing really, really well where it feels like you're on this adventure that's going to last forever, because it probably is. I think a big problem in RuneScape is that if you have 2 hours to play that game, not because you can't complete anything, not because there is no progress being made, but because of how much you need to do to get to the next thing, 2 hours in RuneScape feels like nothing. And I think that that's really a bummer sometimes whenever you want to log in and have a lot of fun really quickly. RuneScape is a game that rewards you super long term, but not so much in the short term. And so you have to have this sort of this long scale progress mindset. World of Warcraft is like a 7.5 or an 8 for me, and it loses those points in the exact opposite way, where it doesn't have enough long-term goals for me to work towards that are giving me actual rewards in the game. That I don't feel like my knowledge in World of Warcraft is really paid off in any kind of major way. It's this problem that video games have, where in order to move one slider up, they have to lower another slider. It's like in music, you know, where all of the, if you make something louder in the mix, everything else feels quieter. And in fact, if you play it through speakers, that's exactly what happens. And so RuneScape makes long-term progress go up and decreases short-term fun as a effect of raising that long-term progress. And World of Warcraft has really good short-term fun, jumping into a dungeon, you know, playing a little bit, you know, grinding out a raid, doing those kinds of things. Very quick short-term fun, but the long-term progression goes away because of that, because that's really accessible to people pretty much off the jump. Game goals for you to towards in-game, but it's still a weakness. Yeah, and I think that even, you know, to get where I am on New Player right now, it took me 125 hours or something like that. That's a long time, you know? completing all of free-to-play took me 35 hours. If I could complete free-to-play in 13 or 14 hours, it would feel a lot different. But I think that would also make my bond to the game worse. So, like I said, it's this weird, I don't think a game can be a 10 in any kind of way. I think that some games get really, really close, but you almost have to make a game revolve solely around the mechanics and not try to have too much variety in order for it to be a 10, because the experience has to be really good all the way through, and it has to do everything that it does perfectly. And I think that that's just a really hard thing to do. Ghost, what's up, dude? How are you doing? For old school RuneScape, high gold method equals low XP and low XP equals high gold. Yeah, totally. But it just takes, like I said, it takes a really long time. Classic WoW is totally the opposite to modern WoW too. Yeah, Classic WoW is much more on the end of RuneScape. That it's much more about long-term progression, and getting to level 60 is a grind that you undertake, and then getting your everything set up for late game is another huge grind. Much more like Guild Wars 2 or something in that way. Okay, let me focus on what I was doing for a second, because I've completely forgotten at this point. Okay, cool. Hellberries. I think I unlocked something else, didn't I, just now? Trees, new trees, right? Let's see where these trees are. See, that's kind of annoying. I wanted to keep doing Hellberries. It's going to take me way longer. Tyler, you said that you were kind of expecting, I was expecting you to like it a bit more than that. That's kind of the main reason I don't play old school RuneScape. It's my main game. Yeah, I don't have a main game for this specific reason, that my brain cannot find a game that I enjoy enough to only play that game. I've never found that in my entire life. And I know I'm on the outskirts of that. That is a very odd thing for a gamer to feel, but there's something in my brain chemistry that just cannot commit to one game and one game only. There's too much out there that I want to do. Is Classic WoW a casual experience to old school RuneScape? I've never played Classic WoW. Oh, if you've never played Classic WoW, it's not a casual experience at all. It is kind of cozy though. I will say, you will spend 25, 30 hours going from level 1 to 15 in Classic WoW if you've never played it before, because you will die a lot. And you will have to start over from, you know, an earlier point in the area, and you will have to learn how to navigate around, and you will have to learn how to manage your inventory, and you'll have to learn how to get to the auction house and how to travel around, and you'll have to learn, you know, what your skills do, and you'll have to learn all these things. And all those things are really, really important in Classic WoW, because if you don't know how to do them, you will fail really badly at that game. So it's like learning everything from scratch. It's as if you've never played old school RuneScape again. But then once you understand Classic WoW, it's a much quicker road to getting to where you want to go from level 1 to 60 than it is in RuneScape. Much, much quicker. Your first 1 to 60 in Classic WoW is probably a couple hundred hours, or maybe 150 or so, something like that, probably. Especially if you're not metagaming a whole bunch and really trying to follow some kind of guide of like the fastest way to level up or anything. And then your second level 60 is like 55, 60 hours, maybe 45 hours, depending on how well you can do it, depending on what class you play and all that. Some of them are better than others for sure for getting there. It'll end in Kingdom Hearts 1 speedrunning. Dude, I really want to play Kingdom Hearts 1 at some point. There is less content in WoW. In Classic WoW, there is definitely less content than in RuneScape, just because it's only the base game, vanilla. Now in regular World of Warcraft, there's probably about as much content as there is in RuneScape, but most of it is dead most of the time. Unless they do time walking dungeons, which is where they kind of revive old content. But there's still collection logs and all of that kind of stuff to do in World of Warcraft, which takes a really long time. I used to be constantly playing new shit all the time, then I got addicted to RuneScape, and now I'm mostly a one-game Andy. I feel that. I don't play a lot of new shit, honestly. Most of the games I play now, I've played for quite a while at this point. I've played RuneScape and World of Warcraft for multiple years. I played RuneScape since I was a kid, and I played World of Warcraft since 2020, something like that now. 65 hours for level in classic WoW speed running it. Yeah, there are definitely some ways to get there though if you have made friends. Like you can do dungeons and stuff and you can really boost yourself a lot quicker. But you're still talking, I mean, a while. But you can get there pretty quick. If you have a team in classic WoW, if you have a party, you can level up fast. But I would say 1 to 20 in classic WoW is at least 15, 20 hours, and then you start doing dungeons and things. Yeah, you might be right. 65 hours for max level in classic WoW might be speed running it. Mob tagging, sure, yeah. But it's, you know, it's more about what you can actually do in that game. But your first, like I said, your first level 60 is long. 150, 200 hours probably. Come on. Come up here then. You want to be up here, so I get up here. There ain't no one stopping you. It's just you. Okay, let's see what I can actually do now. Oh, yeah. So let's see where this tree actually is in comparison to where I am currently. Bitter fruit, and then I'm right here. It's not much more of a run. We'll go down there and we'll do that. Oh god, it's gonna be this every time though. Once I get there, it'll be fine. This will just have to be the run up. I don't even know how we got on the conversation of like classic WoW and all that now. For any game to have enough content or replay value to retain someone for more than 60 hours on average. I kind of agree with that. I think that MMOs are the cure for that, but I also think that in general, MMOs give you less bang for your hourly buck than other types of video games do, but they trade that off in the ability to play them basically indefinitely. MMOs are games that I'm going to take through the rest of my life. This is a decision that I made probably in about 2017, which was that I was going to start investing time into games like World of Warcraft, RuneScape, Guild Wars 2, Brighter Shores, these kinds of games, because if they stick around, they will probably stick around forever, and I'll be able to play them when I'm 75 years old, so all the time that I put into them, all of the learning that I've done will pay off in that way. And I thought that was a really, really good use of my time. Whereas some of my favorite games of all time for PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, those kinds of things are completely the same game as they were forever ago, and they only have 60 hours of replayability in them. If I go back and play Final Fantasy X, it'll be fun, but I can't then go back and play Final Fantasy X again the next week. I won't have a good time doing that. And I think that's kind of a bummer to a degree. So I play these kinds of games in order to sort of balance that out. But I will say the experience that I had 30 hours of playing Disco Elysium is something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. It was so good. It was such an incredible 30 hours. It was such a good use of my time. So much enjoyment for so little investment. Dylan, what's up, dude? How are you doing? Sorry, I just saw your message. Your main complaint about Brighter Shores is the combat is honestly just bad. Yeah, I've been saying that the combat is an afterthought in this game for sure. I just got chapter 3. Cool, dude. I'm trying to get there now. I'm working my way towards that as we speak. I'm hoping I can sort of get there tonight. Once I finish grinding this skill up to level 20-ish, it should go a lot faster for me. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. Because then I can start on a skill that I have much less XP in currently, and then it'll level up faster. Thank you, bud. I appreciate that. It's just games, bro. It's just a hobby, you know? It's just a thing to do on the side. It's fun. I have 2 main games and I play a new roguelike every once in a while. Yeah, I feel that, Roy. I also think the only reason I have more than 2 main games right now, because my 2 main games for a long time were World of Warcraft and RuneScape, is because I started making content and that sort of pushed me around to a lot of other places. Core Keeper is excellent though. Core Keeper is one of those games that gives you incredible bang for your time buck. Tiff and I have dumped crazy hours into that game already. Have I picked a class in Brighter Shores? Yes, I am Cryonite currently. I do not like how it forces you into being top down here. It gives me a headache. This is the wrong way. By the time you're 75, we'll probably be able to create indistinguishable simulations in your brain. Dude, I hope so. I want there to be virtual reality so bad that you put on a headset and you don't even know that you're in it. I want Sword Art Online virtual reality tomorrow. That's what I want more than anything else. I really hope they do more with combat in general sense of purpose for playing. It feels like grinding for content that hasn't been made yet. I totally agree with you 100%. I don't have any disagreements with that so far. I keep saying that this game is a numbers go up simulator, and I don't mind that. I enjoy it, but it does, when I run out of new things and new places to unlock, it is probably going to lose some of the sheen for me a little bit. But if I get 75 hours out of it, incredible, you know? But the idea of the auto attack style of game having PvP interests me. Yeah, I could definitely see that being. I hope they figure out. I hope that there is some kind of hidden mechanics to combat that we don't understand yet, and that it is more complicated than what we understand, or than what we have seen. I feel like RuneScape hooks the kind of person that will fall in love with it with the numbers going up, but then you discover there's actually incredibly deep gameplay to master with the combat. Yeah, RuneScape has this benefit that Brighter Shores does not have. That RuneScape has reasons to play it. Unlocking things in RuneScape feels really good. Getting ancient magics is really cool. Ice blasting people, or ice barraging people is a really fun and interesting mechanic. Going to the new areas is very easy to get to. There's a lot of things in RuneScape that Brighter Shores doesn't have because RuneScape's been around for a super long time. I think about this game, if I put it in the lens of RuneScape Classic, when that first came out and how little there was to do in the game then this game makes a lot more sense, but they have to make sure that they are building a game that allows you to do all of those things, or else it can be really, really frustrating. I'm slightly ahead of you, and I'm currently just logging in every 12 hours or so to move my AFK training to another skill. I could see that being the case, especially as I get more money and I can actually afford to do that. I could see this game becoming a totally AFK game for me at some point. Oh, sorry, Solo. I was at an event this weekend doing things there, but I'm back, baby. We're doing this again. We're out here playing Brighter Shores. Probably about all week we'll be playing Brighter Shores. The thing about numbers goes up Sims. I'd rather play a good incremental game. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Roy. I'm enjoying this game because it's new right now, and I'm very aware of that, you know? Which is... you know, that's something to think about for sure. Oh no, this one doesn't do that. So what does this one do? What do these ones do then? I'll be back. Can I add you in game? Of course you can add me, Solo. It was Wizard Fest, which is a thing in Ironton, Ohio, which is like a big Harry Potter themed convention that's outside and takes up a huge chunk of that town. It was really, really cool. They decorated the whole town to be like Harry Potter and changed the names of all the shops and had all these specialty items and everything, and everyone was in costume, and they had like live actors on the streets, you know, dressed up as Voldemort and Dumbledore and Snape, they all looked amazing, and it just felt very thematic and really well done. I was shocked. I've never been to an event that was that well put together before, and it was really, really good, and it was a joy to be vending that. Totally. The people were so nice. They were all really, really fun. The kids were super annoying, but obviously they were. Orb of Creation. Amazing number goes up game. I've never played Orb of Creation before. Yeah, the update days are rad, dude. I mean, single click activity is really, really good. I don't know. The game is good. I'm not trying to say that the game isn't good, because it is. It's well made, it's interesting, it's new and different, and has a lot of things going on. All of that being said, I can totally see how I'm going to get bored of this game at some point. But currently I'm not, and that's cool. I did not dress up. Tiff dressed up. Sort of. She wore onesies. I'm not really a dress up kind of person. I am sometimes. I mean, I did for that one convention, but that was just because we were going there actually as people. But vending all day in costume sounded terrible. Tell people to click like on the live stream. I don't know. Guys, did you see that Rose reacted to one of my reacted to a video of me reacting to him, and someone in his live stream said that I don't respond to any of my chat? I respond to like every single chat message, dude. Rude. Absolutely rude. Don't disgrace my name in front of Rose. Also, he said that he said that it seems like I'm on Ambien. Do you guys think that I seem like I'm on Ambien? Ambien? Ambien. Am I kind of... Listen, guys, we'll talk about it at some point. We'll talk... I'll see if you guys think that it seems like I'm on Ambien, and if it does, then I'll tell you why I think that is. Can't really say this game is indie game of the year, and with a few updates and patches, could be close to a 10 out of 10 in less than a year. We'll see. I hope that you're right. You know, like I said, I'm really enjoying it currently, but I can definitely see it getting boring at some point. The improvements have been basic quality of life things. I'm more interested currently in what the core gameplay loops are going to be like as I get further and further into it, and if the unlocks are going to make me feel like my time spent in this game is worth it. That's sort of what I'm the most interested in currently. Albion. I've never played Albion before. Yeah, it's like a sleep medication. Ambien is. Cool. Okay. I talk too much without twitching to be on drugs? Yeah. I am sober dober. I think he was saying that I feel like I'm just sort of existing. I don't react to things a lot. I don't move around or sort of have facial expressions. So here's my thoughts, right? I have this issue to where if I get too hyped up, I sort of lose track of my consciousness in a way and become this animalistic creature that is just going off of pure emotion. And I've learned that about myself over the years, and I don't like it. So I try to keep myself very calm most of the time so that I can follow my train of thought, because if I get too worked up, then everything falls apart, and it's a place that I don't like to be. And so I have to have a lot of control over my emotions constantly. And that's a thing that I really have to participate in personally whenever I'm online, is to sort of keep track of everything inside of my head, because it's a mess in there. And I found it really funny that he said that I seem like I'm on Ambien, because, you know, I think he was referring to the fact that I seem kind of soulless. But, you know, I've seen some shit, guys. You don't grow up where I grew up without having a crazy existence, you know? Things have not been, not to be like a bitch or nothing, but things have not been easy going. You know, it's been hard. A lot of people I know are not alive anymore. It's kind of wacky. Anyways, back to the goofs, fellas. Just stay off of Twitter if you are. Yeah, dude, no, totally. I've had so many tweets that I've thought about tweeting recently, especially as Tectone has been dipping his toes into talking about politics and just saying all of these things online, which some of them I agree with and some of them I don't, but watching him do more and more of it because people are coming out and supporting the tweets that he's making, and me just having thoughts like, how do you decide who the right people are for you to appeal to? Just because you're getting engagement and positive reaction from a group of people, what if those people aren't the ones that you want to have engagement and positive reaction from, you know? How do you keep that in check for yourself? Because I often find that I can get on some bullshit real quick if I'm not careful. Tell me you don't watch the streams without telling me you don't watch the streams. Yeah, dude, 100%. I talk to everyone. I try to read every single message and respond to every single message because I can. So why wouldn't I? You want to be cooler in general, you know what I mean? I like the game, but the cool factor or badass factor is lacking. 100% agree. I think that's totally true. I think that a lot of games have that issue, but this one is probably at the low end of badassery for sure. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry. 100%, dude. I have rage in me like people don't understand. I'm trying to get rid of that at this point in my life. I don't feel like it serves me anymore. I feel like I've had this problem where I've used anger and bitterness to fuel me for so long. This vengeance that I want to seek on the people who were mean to me when I was young, to succeed where they thought that I couldn't, where the teachers who doubted me, all those people who thought that I wouldn't be shit, I've wanted to prove them all wrong. And now I'm getting to a point in my life to where I've realized that I have this problem where I make enemies out of everybody because the only fuel that I know how to run off of is that anger and bitterness and rage. And what happens when you do that is you end up with no friends. You end up with, you don't have the entire world as your enemy, but you definitely have no friends if you live your life that way. And so I'm trying to learn how to shift more into, you know, running off of the love and companionship of people more than just my desire to prove everyone wrong, you know? All my family's from Charleston. Hell yeah, dude. Been here my whole life, baby. Drop a like on the stream, click the bell button. Yeah, dude, drop a like. Why not? Do it. Why not? It doesn't cost anything. So I look back on a lot like, damn, a lot of people I knew in my early 20s did not make it. 100%, dude. A lot of people I knew didn't make it out of high school. There were multiple drunk driving deaths in my high school, like 7 or 8 of them in my time being there, of people in my grade. Not throughout the whole high school. There were a lot of deaths throughout the whole high school. But I mean, dude, I tell people this all the time. It was not uncommon. You would go to parties and everybody would bring pills and they would pour them into a vessel and then you would just reach in and throw a couple pills in your mouth. That's the world that I come from. So it's, you know, I've seen some shit, you know, it's brutal. I've opened some doors in houses and seen some things that are, you know, it's like Diddy party type stuff, dude. It's crazy. Japanese is a word for that. Kuyashi, the anger that makes you want to succeed just despite the people who said you couldn't. Total. That's really cool. The Japanese are so good at taking a feeling and giving it a word that associates with that feeling that is a very nebulous sort of avant-garde feeling. You know, I once said that my biggest flex in life is that I can appear to be a normal person after everything that I've gone through. I finished episode 4 on Sunday and really think combat needs an overhaul before I hop back in. I give it a 6.5 out of 10 so far, Paladin. I'm really excited to keep pushing forward into more and more of the episodes, but I've been saying this whole stream so far that the episodes, once I'm done with all the episodes, I'll probably take a break for a little while. Put some time in this week, put some heavy time in this week, and then see where I get to from that. You don't know how to spell it, yeah. You got it right on the second one. I've heard people call it Charleston. It's not how it's spelled. It's not how it's pronounced. Charleston. Charleston. To my foreign friends out there, do you guys think that I have a typical American accent? Ooh, what a good point, Tiff. I also wish there was more teleport points. There were going to be rewards for quests that were more teleport points, and then they didn't do that. And I find that to be an interesting thing. Okay, so what did I unlock at level 16? Chestnuts, which are where? Central Junction. Okay, so up there. So that's perfect. So we're gonna go there next. First of all, we gotta run through all these Wendigos. Or no, we don't. We have to run through here. The skills need more intermingling, and overall it just needs to bake more. Had a blast though. So not to spoil anything, I've tried to stay away from spoilers for people, but I think that most people have probably gotten through episode 2 at this point. I totally think that the best combat that's been in the game so far that I've seen was the giant iguana fight. Even though it wasn't challenging in the least, it at least had varied mechanics, and that makes you feel like there's something else going on. I think that almost every fight in this game falls into one of 2 categories, which is numbers go up fighting, which is just fighting for your numbers to go up, you're just raising your skills, or fighting that actually feels like it matters, like the boss fights. The boss fights have mechanics, and if you do the mechanics, you win the fight, and if you don't do the mechanics, you don't win the fight. And I think that is the kind of combat they should focus on in this game. It's obviously meant to be like a tabletop RPG. Every encounter should have multiple ways of going into it, and it should have these kinds of mechanics that if you're clever, you can solve the fight without really having to do a whole lot of combat, I think. Getting around the map is a huge tour right now. Agreed. It goes by the name Steven? I do not know that person. Yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, I totally agree with that. And I think that that's why I still am giving this game good marks, because I'm still thinking about it a lot while I'm not playing it. It's an odd thing, because I feel that cognitively, I think that this game is worse than it could have been and should have been. But emotionally, I'm still enjoying it and thinking about it a lot. And that's a difficult thing for me to sort of put together. And I don't know if my judgment is being clouded by my love for other games that are like this, if I am aging into a type of game that I've never enjoyed before, like an AFK idle sort of game, or if I just like the idea of Andrew Gower making a new game so much that I can't get away from it. Because it's hard for me. I got asked what the pros and cons of this game were by Ghost, and it's hard for me to sort of come up with a solid pros list. It's much easier for me to come up with a cons list. The pros are that I seem to like it, but I can't really tell you why that is, and that makes me feel inadequate in some ways as someone who's trying to review this game, you know? There are two Charlestons, Frog. That is the one thing to remember. There's Charleston, West Virginia, and Charleston, South Carolina. It could be from Charleston, South Carolina. That's the much more popular one. In all the lists where you see Charleston listed as a city that you should move to in the United States, it's not this one. I went to the wrong place. But they don't respawn. They don't drop cool shit. Guard and Scout are the same skill renamed. Foraging and Gathering are the same skill renamed. 100%. And I do think that they should have kept those skills as being the same one. I think it's irritating that the combat changes every single time that you go into a new zone, and that you start off at lower levels in the combat. James made me giggle so hard. I talked to him at one point, and he said, "Just doesn't feel good to go in a new zone, does it?" I said, no. Going into a new zone and getting bodied by the first encounter on the main quest for that zone after you just grinded a whole bunch of total level to get there is a downside for sure. I think one of my biggest problems with the game is that it's honestly not all that multiplayer. You feel 100% Gausp. I totally get that. It's definitely very single player focused, but you can cut down trees with two people sometimes. There's one or two trees that have the ability to do that, so that's multiplayer. It's odd. It feels like so out of character whenever a new mechanic shows up. Oh my god, this is going to be against aggro enemies up here? To gather chestnuts? Leave me alone. I don't want to fight you. That is true. It is very MMO in that way, that you do see a lot of people that you know, and I have run into a lot of people who don't watch the stream and I don't think watch that many of the videos but know who I am. There have been a lot of people that have just said, "Are you the Rubus Cubus who makes YouTube videos?" And I go, "Yeah." So I think that there are definitely elements of it that do feel kind of multiplayer in that way, but there's just not a lot of activities to do with other people. But it's just odd that there's co-op trees, and it was the first co-op mechanic that I've seen, and it was really far into the game, you know? That doesn't make any sense. Why, if you're going to have these mechanics, why not make them proliferate through the game? How do I feel about this game? Tiff, how do I feel about this game? This is frustrating. Okay, they're trying to address, but I think it just feels bad. It definitely feels surprising and random that they decided to do that. I might just stay in the other zone and just wait for those trees to come back. PvP will be an interesting add-in for sure. I mean, it is early access. You got to think we have another year and a half probably. Rubik's Cube, it's the exact same as my YouTube channel. Definitely, I feel like they're building this plane while it's in the air already. I had a conversation with James at one point, and you know, like in the Discord, and I said something along the lines of, it feels like they could have done a closed beta where they let a lot more people in besides just people who wanted to make content on the game. And they could have not had an embargo on content creation during that time. They could have let, say, all of us who are playing the game right now, it could have been a closed beta then. We all could have played it and we all could have play tested it. And then they could have worked on it another year and a half before they had early access. Detective is the most interesting skill, but it's not until episode 4. See, I've heard that after episode 3, it gets a lot better, so I'm reserving the right to bump up the rating when I get there. You did go out fishing the other day? It was magical? Ooh, I'm gonna try that out then if it's magical. You heard there's someone named Rubus in the game? Are you making a little joke here, Tiff?
What?
Are you making a joke, Rubus? Oh. The amount of people call me Rubius Cubius is really good. It's a much better name. If Garb was sword slash shield scout was ranged, it would feel better, but right now, yeah. I definitely think that there are a lot of similar activities. That's why I enjoyed woodcutting and carpentry, because it was the first skill that I think felt a little bit unique to a degree, because just like the gameplay loop felt really good, and I fell into that one really, really naturally. All the other ones so far have taken more time to sort of fall into them. I'm gonna have to move screens. I don't know if this is worth it or not. He's a fishing kingpin. Good for him. I wish I could be a kingpin in anything, but there's not a chance in hell. The game doesn't really feel to me like it knows what it wants to be. I could see that. I think that it wants to be everything, but it's hard to see a game that wants to be everything so early on in its production. Yeah. Ghost, I think that you are very possibly correct. And I say that because of how quickly they put map movement into the game. That seems like something they had ready to go already. And they thought maybe it needs it, maybe it doesn't. Let's see how these people feel about it first. A lot of the patches Andrew has done have really fixed things that should have already been fixed. Then he doubled down on the combat resetting thing in a Steam post. Has me worried. Yeah, I also agree that he's doing a lot of fixes that seem like they should have already have been fixed. And because of that, it makes me think that he had them sort of sitting around already. But I do think that if he thinks that the combat should reset, he might have some kind of reason for believing that. He might have some kind of long con plan going on that is going to make a lot of sense when we actually get there. So I'm trying to get through the content and experience what the game has to offer for me without having to push a ton of hours into a super extremely long grind. Because I think that putting myself into a really, really long grind in this game will kill my enjoyment of it super quickly. It definitely knows what it wants to feel like a tabletop, but they haven't implemented enough mechanics that feel like the sort of emergent fun that springs from tabletop gaming. Yeah, I totally agree with all that too. Okay. We should probably talk about the difference between enjoyment and fun. I think fun is a very intense feeling that you get from something actively. When I am in a moment in a dungeon with people and I accidentally pull aggro off of a whole bunch off of the tank because I'm doing too much damage, and I know how to use all of my mechanics well enough on my class to survive and kill all of those enemies, and the healer shifts from healing the tank to healing me, and they kill and we kill everything there, but it's like just barely, and it feels like my heart is pounding. That's fun. Enjoyment is a long-term thing that happens over a very unintense play session of something. I get enjoyment from watching my numbers go up in this game. I get enjoyment from working towards getting new gear in World of Warcraft. And I think that this game doesn't have a whole lot of fun baked into it. There is fun whenever I am having a moment where I'm about to unlock something new and I really want that new thing. When I got 25 fishing so I could finish that quest, that moment was fun. Finishing that quest was fun, but I haven't had a whole lot of fun ever since then. And that's something that I think RuneScape balances really well, which is having enjoyment and fun, that you can go and do a mini game and you can have fun. But you can't have, but you can also have a lot of enjoyment by having this long plan that you're sort of going off to. And that's something that I think that this game needs to work into it, is have more ways for me to have fun, because sometimes I feel like having fun, and if I can't do both in the game, then you're sort of at the mercy of what my mood is. Does that make sense? More bosses. Give me more bosses. Give me group bosses. Give me more interesting encounters. Give me things that I can skip if I can discover new things to do. Give me intense moments. Give me more active ways of doing things to get XP if I want to do those active ways that will give me a higher XP rate. Give me better equips and you know, upgrades for upgrading my harpoon or whatever. 0.04 or 0.4% is kind of garbage, you know. Yeah, RuneScape is a really well fleshed. It's been around for a long time, and it wasn't always this way. RuneScape Classic was kind of garbage. It just was unlike anything else that I had ever seen before in my life, and RuneScape 2 improved a lot on those kinds of things. Run energy, run speed, huge upper on the fun. A huge ability to get from Lumbridge to Varrock very quickly. Absolutely massive. Being able to do those early game quests over the course of an hour instead of it taking, you know, multiple hours because of how long it is to walk around. Those are all things that RuneScape does really well. And this game feels like it's in its RuneScape Classic phase right now. Which to me isn't a massive flaw or anything. It's not a problem that is making me angry at this game or make me leave a bad Steam review, but it's something that you need to think about when you're deciding whether or not, I slipped, whenever you're deciding whether or not you're going to put more time into the game right now or whether you're going to wait. I do know that there are people out there who are going to be unable to put their desire to level up their skills on the back burner because they are completionist type of people. I do think that you are using time for something that would be better used on other things, like completing the content, having goals that are oriented towards actually finishing what there is to do in the game currently, and then waiting for new things to come out that use those skills. Like I said, when there are quests that have level 100, level 150, level 250 requirements of multiple skills, then it makes more sense for me to get to level 50 or 60 in a skill, because why am I going to rush to get to level 60 in a skill just to finish the only quest that's in this game for me to do? Why am I going to rush to get to level 150 when I know that I'm not going to be somebody who's going to be level 500 in this game? I know I'm not going to put in the 1,000 hours to get level 500 in multiple skills. It's just not... I haven't done it in RuneScape. Why would I believe that I'm going to do it in here? So what's the point of me trying to do it? I should just wait until content comes out that's actually worth me doing that for, you know? Being light on content doesn't help it. When I first got into OSRS last year, I was able to set goals. I want a fire cape, then I want Barrows, gloves, etc. That stuff doesn't exist here yet. Exactly, yeah, totally, 100%. And also, you have to think that just how much there is to do in RuneScape. Setting the goal of I want a fire cape is now a massive, huge list of things that you can do over the course of your next 300 hours of playing it. You know what I'm saying? OSRS was complete shit with having to right-click drop every single item. Yeah, totally. I mean, it definitely slowed your game down a lot. The shift clicking is way better. Remind me of a conversation I had with someone in RuneScape about how God Wars used to be the end game of PVM. Now it's more like mid-game. Totally, 100%. A lot of things have shifted that way. Getting a fire cape is squarely a mid-game goal now, and it's insane how much in-game content there actually is in RuneScape. When Party Hat New Year's Eve drops from goblins, yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. So far, nearly everything in Brighter Shores has felt like training smithing on a furnace in old school RuneScape. That's a great way to describe it. Yeah, for sure. Do you feel that Andrew has to be careful with introducing similarities due to copyright similarities to old school RuneScape? No, I don't think so. You can't copyright mechanics. If you could, Dungeons and Dragons would copyright, would be making way more money off of everything, for sure. Brighter Shores is mixed foolish Nana, for sure. I give it like a 6.5 out of 10 so far. It needs a lot of work on it, for sure, but it's definitely worth seeing what's going on with it if you haven't already. Have you played it all whatsoever? Anyways, what are these for? Sorry, I'm getting so distracted with just talking. Strength Arbore, so potion reagent. So let's teleport back to port. To me, one of the most unsettling things in this game so far is that getting a skill to level 20 is a long and tedious process. And maybe they can add way more early game quests, but the world feels very dense currently already. And so I wonder if they're going to be able to add a whole bunch of quests in post. I wonder if we're going to have the quests that we have now, and there's not going to be a whole bunch of new additions that come into play quest-wise until later episodes. There was an update and you never came back for RuneScape 3. Totally get it. Yeah, James, you bring up a really good point. How does everyone feel about the fact that there's no actual bank and there's no inventory management aside from just having an empty backpack so you can fill it up with as much stuff as possible? I would take a real bank, and I would take a bunch of centrally located banks. Bro, sure saying I have for 1,000 or 10,000 platinum in 15 years. Yeah, dude. I wanna farm a whole bunch of tradable items and keep them all for a long time, and then make real life money off of them. Brighter Shores 2 EOI, yeah, dude. Brighter Shores evolution of combat inbound, for sure. With skills and hotkeys and all of that stuff. People are gonna love it, dude. They're gonna get it right this time. Everything's gonna be perfect. Yeah, I'm trying to reserve making judgments about how tedious everything is currently, because I have only spent 20-ish hours in this game so far. So because I've only spent 20-ish hours, I don't have everything memorized where it is and where to go to and how to get everything. I just teleported back to Hope Forest Central. I do not know off the top of my head where to go to in order to get back to those chestnuts. I have to look at my map. I have to figure out where they are, and then I have to make my way towards them. And because of that, I am having a lot of cognitive stress to play this game currently. It is putting a lot of pressure inside of my skull to have to think about what I'm doing while doing this specific grind that I'm on currently. And that, for a game that has obviously a desire to make the skill training as AFK-able as possible, it is something to note for sure. I might pick an AFK-able skill here in a little bit and then watch some videos and react to some videos about Brighter Shores. And see what, because I haven't watched anything about what other people think about it. Yeah, there's a you get 32 construction, and then you can get the bank your stuff from anywhere spell, but you can't pull anything out of it. You can only deposit stuff. Totally, getting the bank spell will definitely take some of that stress away, but it's a huge grind. 32 is a massive grind. I get that they want you to earn it. I sort of feel that, and I know James had said this as well, I sort of feel that they should have just given you that spell instead of the Quartermaster spell at the beginning. I don't know if it would have taken away something from the feeling of earning this, but I really don't want to do a level 32 grind right now. But I just feel like it would make so much sense for me to do a level 32 grind right now. It feels like what they want me to do, but what I want to do is unlock the next episode. It's where the stones are. Well, that kind of sucks, honestly. Yeah, I think critique of the game is very important. I just don't think that I'm the guy who needs to be making the critiques of the game, because I'm not good at critiquing things in that kind of way. It's just not who I am. I'm not, you know, I'm not a critic. I don't, if I enjoy something, I can talk a lot about my enjoyment of it, but I'm not somebody who's very good at saying this is bad and this is why, because I'm not organized in that kind of way. But I'm not against people making critiques of things. And I hate this. I hate that in order to come here and gather in this map, I have to use my immunity spell every single time. It doesn't, I don't think it adds anything, you know, to do that. It worries me, you know, it does. I think day one, the experience was so good because I feel like it was very well laid out. I think that Hope Forest is a little bit of a clusterfuck to a degree. Maybe I'm way off base with this, but I just feel like there's been so many new materials that I've skipped. It's way worse in the mines. That's crazy. I feel like, why not just give me... Maybe this is in the game. Is there something that you can earn that allows you to just turn off the random encounters? So we're level 18, so we can get bones now. Let's do that. This probably isn't... Tiff probably is getting put off of this game just hearing me talk about it now. Oh, hey. What's up, Beanbo? Come on. Oh, yeah? We have a new cat, and we just call it Little Cat because we don't have a name for it yet. We should do a poll somewhere and see if we can get people to name it. What, Tiff? No, we don't even have choices. Fear potions give you immunity for a duration. How long is the duration? Let's go check it out. Three minutes and 6 minutes. It's not terrible. They don't stack though, do they? Or do they? That might not be terrible. What's your cat's name, Ghost? Yeah, clicking on the map is nice. Sometimes it feels like we're grasping at straws here, guys. Meadow and Mia. Those aren't bad. I don't have any attachment to either of those names. I don't know what to name this cat. It's such a difficult thing. I never come up with names that I feel like are actually really good. I don't. Bemo's a solid name. This is my baby. This is my baby Bemo. I think it fits her so well too. Sweet darling. Sweet girl. The way this dog looks at you when you look at her is one of the most disarming and just shy looking things you'll ever see. She's so sweet. She loves so deeply, and you can see it all in her eyes. Just such inquisitive little eyes. But then sometimes she like licks her groin for, I don't know, 30 minutes, and you just go, how smart is this dog actually? You just picked apples for potion making instead? Do the apples improve, or were you just going for low-level apple picking? That might not be the worst move. They're so easy to pick. They're so close to the place that you need to do it from. Streaky Bone Spike. Let's see where that is. See, it's really far away. I don't want to do that. Hey, Graham, it's going good. How are you doing, my friend? I don't think the dog's low intelligence, but I can't tell. Maya. Okay, that's okay. She seems very smart sometimes. She seems very emotionally aware, but then she just like I said, sometimes she'll just lick her groin for 30 minutes. Like, what's going on? The progress is slow going for sure. The more I play, the more irritations that I have with the game. I think to a degree, sometimes I just wish that the game had more game to it. Does that make sense? Okay, let's go back to apples, because that might actually be the best way. I'm so close to level 20 in this skill. Also, you have to realize too that the closer I get to level 20 in a skill, the more the grind slows down, and then it gets more and more frustrating as I get closer to these sort of tipping points, you know. Okay, let's go back to Hope Forest. What was the breakdown of actions per level? I wouldn't mind seeing that too. It's the right way. I don't even know where I'm going. Yeah, it is the right way. Like I said, I might pick something AFKable here in a minute and go watch some videos about it. Shout in game, this community sucks. That's so funny. Yeah, unique gear, better rewards from your efforts would be absolutely huge for keeping you entertained. Making the requirements for things squished, I think, would also be really good. Giving you more XP drops along the way from different sources, like quests or, say, mini games of sorts, would be huge for the game. I'm basically just building out RuneScape, but this is what I think this game wants to be to some degree. If you level with max efficiency, you'll need 1 hour plus per level if you're above level 200. That's crazy. So you're talking, 500 hours-ish, maybe more, for a level 500 from 200 to 500. Oh, cool. Now I don't have enough backpack space. Because I didn't put my stuff away. For some reason. I thought for sure I did that, but I guess I didn't. Also, I find keeping track of what I'm doing in this game to be kind of difficult for some reason. I'm only talking about negatives now. I think I hate this game. Do I? I don't know. We'll find out. We got to continue on. I think that when I get to episode 3, I'll enjoy because there's more things to do. But currently, I think I'm just in a negative headspace about it. We gotta stop talking so negatively about it. That is the point that changed it for you? Really, Lauren? Maybe I need to do that then. Maybe that's just the thing that I need to focus on at some point. Maybe that'll be the next episode. Okay, now we can actually teleport. Yeah, I don't think that it needs to be less grindy to be more rewarding. I think that RuneScape is an extremely grindy game, but I think that having a balance of reasons to grind is very important for the overall success of something that is this grindy. But if it is just trying to be an idle game, then that's totally okay as well, and not a flaw in its game design. But I think that it's trying to be more of a traditional type of video game than that to some degree. But I think that's what people want from this game. It's just RuneScape, like brand new one. You know what I mean? Totally. I know exactly what you mean. They want a brand new RuneScape, but they don't want to play RuneScape 3 because they've already decided that game sucks. It's very difficult, man. It's very difficult to find games that people actually like. One from this game is just RuneScape, like, Negative Nancy. I'm definitely being a Negative Nancy, dude. I gotta stop. I'm getting irritated myself. We just gotta talk about other stuff. We're gonna have to go with the old classic and start talking about dicks or something. Mobs scale better gear than me, and I hate it. Yeah, I definitely think the mobs are like more powerful than me most of the time for some reason. I still think the back end is by far the most impressive part. I agree with that 100%. I think the actual build of this game is kind of astounding. I've had no connection problems so far. I know that some people have started to have some connection problems, but I haven't at all. Game comes together in chapter 3. Word. I hope so. Maybe I'm an AFK Andy. Maybe I am an AFK Andy. Who knows? The weapon crafting is to be desired compared to other professions, in my opinion. Might just have to get used to it, but still. I wonder. Are you cooking something, Seth? All right, cool. I want to make sure the house wasn't on fire. The tier 1 and story quests are good for linear progress, but depth comes from the 3-star plus quests. Maybe I should set goals and start moving towards that instead of just trying to get to the next episode by doing, a bunch of skills to level 20. Maybe I should start doing that instead. Offset by the fact that when you reach your goal, there is typically a break point that then allows you to do something you couldn't before or do something better. Yeah, 100%. I that's what I think is so interesting about RuneScape is the way that playing the game unlocks more of the game for you to play the game better. Whereas I feel like this game, playing the game unlocks more of the game for you to play the same way that you've already been playing the game, which definitely kind of grinds on my brain in a different kind of way that I wasn't kind of expecting. That first fishing grind that I did felt really good to complete, but then I immediately stepped into a bunch of grinds that felt exactly the same, which I find to be a different kind of way for sure. This changes everything. Minnesota will put it word. Well, we're getting there. We're for sure going to do it. We're just going to complain about it the whole time, bitch and moan. It's like being in a suit and you want to rob yourself. Stop being a negative Nancy. Hi, how are you doing, Rube? I'm doing pretty good, Luke. You know, I'm out here enjoying life, living life. I got a new amplifier and I've been playing a lot of guitar, and I did a convention over the weekend that was a lot of fun, and it's been a good time. How are you doing, my friend? I'm gonna refresh the leveling process. Yeah, totally. I think knowledge points could come a little bit quicker, just a little bit quicker, like 20 or 30% quicker. That makes me want to do a gathering profession, so now I need to be anywhere, bank anywhere quest. Yeah, dude, 100%. The single click is huge improvement for sure. I will say that it is much nicer. I just haven't done a whole lot of this game on stream yet, and I'm finding that it's, you know, it's hard to keep my brain focused. Oh shoot, I forgot to put chat up. There you go. My bad. There you go, that helps. Yeah, and also the only other option for multi-stream would be not streaming on Twitch, because YouTube is by far where I have the biggest following, but I just like to give people the option. It's like giving people rat poisoning as a topping at an ice cream shop. It's like, you know, people don't want it or choose it very often, but it's there. You probably shouldn't do it, but it's there. Aw, people don't need to donate, brother. We're just hanging out. We don't complain, nothing changes indeed, James. I keep, see, this is the problem though, is that I keep saying I'm going to watch a video about this game, but then I just keep playing this game instead. I can't stop. It's like, okay, I can keep picking these apples now. See, this is a grind I can get behind. The apples are not a problem. I like the apples. I think maybe this game is going to be about finding the one that you can personally stomach and then doing that one. Just like RuneScape. And I'm just coming into it with the wrong mindset of wanting it to be pure progression. Yeah, knowledge points are a big up for sure. Absolutely huge. I'm going to fill up this inventory and then we're going to watch a video. We'll go and watch Ideal's video first. I know there's a whole bunch of videos about this game, so we can start watching those, and I can record them too, and then we can put those on YouTube and all that stuff as well. Let's see what people think. Get some more conversation going about the game. Make more people angry. Show levels, indeed. Hold on. But there you go. The game does look great. I agree. I think that this is a really good aesthetic for a game like this, and the aesthetic is probably the part that I enjoy, or one of the parts that I enjoy the most. I also like that they put a cabbage right there. That's really sweet. Hey, Beetle. Jesus, dude. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Jesus. You don't need to do that. I appreciate it, but thank you. But you don't have to do that. That's crazy. You gave me 100 bits? I didn't even see that. You're so... Clearly someone thinks a lot about the art you're engaging with, and I respect that. Thank you, Beetle. Yeah, I find it hard not to. It's honestly a plague on my mind that makes me go crazy long term and hurts my brain. But I find it hard not to, you know. Whenever I'm listening to music, I do the same thing. I've been listening to a lot of classic rock and things lately, and so I've been listening to the Beatles and Jimi Hendrix and Creedence Clearwater and all that kind of stuff, and I think a lot about the way they must have been all engaging with each other's art as they were going through. You know, you listen to something like Come Together from the Beatles, and you think about the fact that during that time they were meeting Jimi Hendrix and going on all these psychedelic journeys, and they were thinking about all those kinds of things, and you can tell in that song that they really were inspired by Jimmy's music, even though they weren't at the capability level that he was on guitar, they were still trying to take what he was doing and put it into the music that they were making as well, and trying to grow in that kind of way. And I just find it really hard not to think about things like that whenever I'm pushing into something new, you know. And Brighter Shores is that kind of thing where I know how much work a game like this is. I think about all the limitations of what they're doing. I think about the way they've put the game together already. I think about how the towns are laid out. I think about where are the areas that they could add in more quests. How could they make things, you know, different in this game within the confines of what they've already created. And those are the things that I you know, parse through my brain a lot whenever I'm doing this. And a lot of times I feel like I come up against walls, and that's always, you know, kind of a frustration. So, you know, I hope it continues to go further. I'm 30 total higher than you. I'm cranking a little bit. Yeah, this has been a pretty good session for me so far, for sure. It's better than RuneScape 3, mainly because everything looks consistent. Yeah, I agree with you too. They haven't put in a whole bunch of microtransactions that give you a car to ride around in, so everything looks, you know, really like it's meant to be in this world for sure. The game is also very much a work in progress, like episode 4 leather making still can't be used other than for making money. Word. Yeah, I hope that they add in more reasons to do the actual skills. So I'm playing Guild Wars 2. I finally started getting into it. I am playing Guild Wars 2, just not a lot currently. I want to sort of like give people time to work on the guild hall and all that, so the next time I log in, I can go see the guild hall and see what everyone's been doing. But yeah, I'll play Guild Wars 2 for the rest of my life for sure. Worst part about this game is that there's no boob slider. Every chick is flat. Are there females in this game? I didn't even think. Are there women? I haven't seen a single woman in game. I thought every model was male. Auto navigation can go hard in this game through multiple zones. Totally. Dude, they could put an autoplay into this game, an active autoplay into this game, and it'd take away a lot of my frustrations with it for sure. What do you mean when you say I come up against walls? When I'm trying to solve the problems that I'm having with the game for the developer in order to give myself hope that those problems can be solved, and I come up against a wall, as in I see a problem, I'm trying to think of how they can improve that problem. I can't figure out how they could improve that problem. So then what I have to do is stop thinking about it and hope that there is somebody out there who is working on this game that can think better than I can of that thing. And it's relinquishing some of my own, what I feel like is control, or maybe some kind of what is probably what's the term that I'm looking for here when you're trying to a coping mechanism that I have, which is to overthink things. I have to relinquish that coping mechanism because it's not doing me any good, because it's frustrating me more than it's helping me. So that's what I end up doing, and that's the walls that I come up against. So that happens a lot in this game, where I'm seeing these towns being set up in this really specific way. It feels like that they're sort of chunked out in a way that you couldn't move things around too much. There's not a whole lot of room to put in new things, and so, you know, it's something that I'm worried about to a degree, of how they're going to add in more quests into the areas that they've already put into the game. But I'm sure that he'll think of some kind of clever way to do it that won't feel super intrusive, or maybe he'll just start moving around chunks and rooms and all these things and sort of build the cities out as he goes. I have no idea. It definitely is interesting that episode 1 is basically Varrock, and yet all these skills are integrated pretty flawlessly. What do you mean by that? I would be interested to know. It defaults to female, so most prob are. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even realize that it defaulted to female. I would pay good money to be able to hear the Beatles for the first time in the time period. You mean like when they were coming out? 100%, dude. It would have been really, really good. What an excellent time to be in music, you know? I mean, music was such a arcane sort of thing back in the day. Nowadays, everyone has access to learning how to play music, and because of that, it's very oversaturated, which means that the skill is significantly less valuable. People used to be able to make a living just playing music and going out there and playing rock and roll, and even if you weren't that good, you could still provide it to the markets that weren't able to pay for the super high tier people who were there, you know, out there doing it really, really well. So you could still make a good living with it if you just like learned how to play an instrument, which is, you know, something that is much higher barrier to entry nowadays for sure. There's so much more that goes into being successful as a musician now for sure. I just mean get lost trying to go to a zone on my own. Yeah, I totally get that too. I'm a woman in this game. I didn't even notice. Such a Corpo line of thought. If you bring a problem to the table, come with a solution. Yeah, I don't think it's not I don't think that I'm actually trying to solve the problems. It's just a way of me soothing myself to try to come up with solutions to problems. It just is a thing that my brain does. It just relaxes itself by thinking through things, which makes me a pretty solid problem solver most of the time. But whenever I want something to be good and I can't think of the solves for those problems, it can be frustrating to me in a certain kind of way. There's a video of Paul talking about taking the bus across town to learn the B7 chord. Dude, that's crazy. So hard to find that information. What you mean is that by comparison, imagine you played RuneScape, but you were chunk locked to Varrock, and yet pretty much everything you would ever need is available. That's a great point. Totally. I think that's probably the reason that he made all the skills specific to each zone so that gathering isn't the same as foraging. But it does make the world feel less intertwined. But that being said, in episode 2, you start getting materials that you're going to use to make stuff in episode 3. So there is going to be intertwining of skills that's going to happen as I go on. I just have to get forward in it for sure. That have a social media presence these days feels super insidious to me. Yeah, 100% Beetle. I had a talk with Tiff today, and I said I think that content creation is going to fall off over the next 15 years because I think we're all going to get fed up of getting paid literally nothing just to feed the hungry minds of people that want to see constant content. All of these networks have completely fallen off. They don't do anything to create content. It is put completely on the individuals at this point, and I think that it is really, really frustrating, especially for musicians who now have to take time away from getting better at their art in order to make content if they want to have any kind of career that will support themselves actually being able to make their art long term. And I think that's really dumb. I think that rightfully people are, dude, Ring of Fire is so good, bro. Fucking that song was actually written by James, what's his name? Hold on real quick. That's not even originally by Johnny Cash. Hold on. Or no, it was Goodness Gracious, Great Balls of Fire. That's the song I'm thinking of. Sorry, my bad. Anyways, what was I saying? I think that content creation is this horrible thing that we do to people where now we're all complaining about how music is worse than it's ever been. And in a lot of ways it is, unless you have these giant mondo, huge, massive producers helping out make this music who are actually able to make enough money to now support themselves to do it full time. But that's because the people who are lower on the scale of success are now having to take their 5 hours of free time that they have to devote to their artistic endeavor, and they're having to break that up into 3 hours of content creation and 2 hours of actually practicing their music and writing songs and doing all those kinds of things, making art, painting, studying, doing all that kind of stuff. And I think that content creation is this superfluous thing that we've tacked on top of it because people won't leave their homes to go out and experience things in the real world anymore. It used to be that once a week for an hour you would go out and you would play music somewhere in town and the people would come out and see you and they would decide whether or not they want it, but people just want you to post a super high quality video that's engaging to them, that makes you stop scrolling immediately, that makes you immediately pay attention to what they're doing, and then they want you to be an amazing musician on top of it. But you've spent all this time learning how to be a marketing genius, so how are you going to also be a musical genius? You're creating a world where you now need to have this whole team of people just to make it so that you can get 100 views on a video and to have people actually hear your songs. It's just like a whole, wild thing. Yeah, I'll work on this Fire Nest Quest soon. Right now, what I'm going to do is watch some videos about this game. So we'll get to that. Hey, fantastic streamer. Your stream is incredibly engaging. Would like to connect with you. Let's connect on Discord. My handle is looking forward to hearing from you. You can join the Discord down below, God. But if you're trying to market me stuff, I don't do soliciting on this channel. Okay, let's get out of the game for now. Let's go watch some videos real quick, guys. Let me stop recording the footage too. Okay, cool. How do I log out of here again? I got settings and then log out. And then I have to Control F to make it not full screen, and then I can exit out of it. Boom. Okay, cool. Let's watch some YouTube videos. Let me put up a color block behind this real quick though. Okay, we're going to add a window capture. Sorry, I had to reinstall. I've been working on the whole thing over here, so I've had to like reinstall stuff, but I had to reinstall. What's this game or what's this thing called? OBS. Jeez, dude, my brain. Okay, now we're gonna put in a. This is stuff I should have done ahead of time, but I didn't think about it. No, we're gonna make it black. And then we're gonna click OK, and then we're gonna take this color source and we're gonna make it smaller. We're gonna put it up here, put it behind the chat, and then we're going to make it the right size so that you guys can see the chat while we're watching this video. I literally said this in Discord the other day that I think that, I don't know, 90% of my success on the internet comes completely down to the fact that I've learned how to use OBS over the past 6 years. Okay, here we go.
New green screen setup.
RuneScape, but different and worse, dude. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to awkwardly introduce this video. I want to put a Zen in real quick, and then we'll watch this video. Okay. Having a Nick fit, fellas. All right, okay. Let me hit the start recording. Make sure that everything's working. Desktop
What's
audio.
Up, sloppers? I'm Idle.
Okay, that should be maybe a little bit louder.
Welcome to my slop. You might
That's probably about good, just a tiny bit
not
louder.
realize this, but a brand new MMO just came out.
I like the videos to be pretty close to the same volume, and the problem with this is that
This is so exciting. And it came out by the guy who made the RuneScape, the original one, like this one.
Okay, that's pretty good. Cool. Let's move this chat up, or let's make my camera a little bit smaller. Perfect. All right, fellas, how's that look? OBS is crazy, dude. There's so much that you can do in OBS. There's animations and all that kind of stuff too. It's wild. It's absolutely nuts. Okay. So the people were mentioning this video from Ideal, so let's watch it, guys.
What's up, sloppers? I'm Idle. Welcome to my slop. You might not realize this, but a brand new MMO just came out. This is so exciting. And it came out by the guy who made the RuneScape, the original one, like this one. And
I don't remember there being dragon items in Classic, in RuneScape Classic back in the day. I know that there were, but I don't remember them at all. Whenever I see red items in RuneScape Classic, it throws up the most insane warning signal in my brain that something is hugely wrong.
then this one, and then this one, and then he left? Drama. Brighter Shores came out today as I'm recording this, and I played quite a bit of it. And I have
I wonder if he got into the beta.
thoughts. As you might be able to tell from the title of this video, I'm not like the biggest fan of the game, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Here are the reasons for that. First of all, new green screen setup.
Bro, he's got to get the folds out of the green screen. Those shadows make it really hard to get a really clean chroma, you know? It has to be evenly lit. It has to be all one color. I respect what he's doing here. I have felt this struggle so much in general. It is really hard to get a green screen to look good in a room where you don't just have a wall painted green and you have a bunch of dedicated lighting. So I feel his struggle here for sure, but that is giving me stress. I do not disagree with anybody who doesn't like this game a whole lot or isn't committing to it or isn't trying to do anything with it and all those kinds of things. I totally understand why he would go about, how the hell does he only have 1.94K subs? Way more people should be subscribed to him. I guess I'm subscribing to Ideal. But I totally get it. I totally understand.
Wow, we love it. We love it. At first glance with Brighter Shores, it's impossible to not notice that it is a lot like RuneScape. It's got tile-based movement. It's got skills called professions in this game. It's got graphics that are reminiscent of RuneScape 3, but actually...
I do like Brighter Shores, right? Like I don't feel like I'm folding. I do like the game. I just understand why people don't, because there's definitely like issues in it for sure, but it's not unlikable is the thing that I'm trying to point out here, but I do understand why people wouldn't like it. It's a second channel. Word.
better than RuneScape 3. The whole game, as you work through it, just feels a lot like RuneScape, and that is impossible to ignore, and it shouldn't be ignored. That is one of the things that I think will be either the biggest draw to the game or the biggest turnoff to the game, depending on your feelings on RuneScape. And just like RuneScape, this is a point-and-click game. In fact, the only button you ever strictly need to use to play this game is your pointer. And this is my first big issue with the game. There's no edits for controls. I wanted to be able to move my camera with the middle mouse button like I can in so many other games that have this camera style, but looking through the settings, there's nothing. I wanted to reassign the hotkey.
This comes back to that point that we've all made a couple of times where it makes you wonder why he released the game with all of these fixes right behind, but yet he gave everybody's first look at it as this sort of incomplete thing. James often said this phrase that I agree with super heavily, which is he needed to put his best foot forward, and I think that he just sort of fumbled the bag on that to some kind of degree. Yeah, he fixed these things really quickly, but you have to have people coming back in order to see that those fixes happened, and you're asking a lot from people to come back if these things put them off from the game a lot right on launch day, and I find that to be kind of an interesting move. I really wish that somebody could interview Andrew Gower and ask him the question of what do you want to do with this game? Do you want it to be extremely popular? Do you want it to take over? He calls it a passion project, but I don't know what he actually wants to have happen with it, because if what he wants is for there to be a small subset of the people who play RuneScape to come over to this game and also play it, which I think is what will happen. Like, I don't think it's a game that if you don't like RuneScape, you're going to like this game. So if you like RuneScape, you're probably already playing RuneScape. And then if you're playing RuneScape, you have to also want a game that has less stuff going on, has more AFK ability, has a lot of idle options to it, and that's a subset of the people who are already playing that game. So now you're pigeonholed to success of a game that already exists, and that's sort of a thing that could hold it back. But also, you could sustain this game off of, I mean, there's only 8 employees. There's, you know, a membership fee of $6 off of 10,000 people. I mean, you're talking 6 times 10,000, that's $60,000 of revenue a month off of it that you could potentially make. That's more than enough to pay, you know, the server costs. I don't know. He's using virtualization, so the server cost would be limited for sure.
For the Sense spell. The Sense spell just basically highlights interactable objects around
you. Think the game will get
like
people to check out RuneScape?
That's a problem in and of itself, but it's a spell you can use a lot and is very useful. So I wanted to just bind it to 1 or something, because the keyboard is not used at all in this game. Literally, there's almost no use for it. So I thought I could just assign it to any hotkey I wanted. This is so outdated at this point. But you can't. You have to use Control-S to use the Sense skill. That's ridiculous. The lack of ability to reassign controls or hotkeys or anything like that is an accessibility nightmare, so that's not good. Not that the control schemes are too complicated in this game. I'm sure anybody will be able to play it using some external accessibility software, but still, it's not great to not have control reassignment. That's a super important part of video games.
How big do you think the idle and comfy crowd actually is? I mean, I know the cozy stuff is actually like really, really big. Do you think that the game has enough appeal to pull people away from the other stuff that is out there already?
Luckily, this game is in early access, so I can see that changing, but still, getting off on the wrong foot. Another thing that got this game off on the wrong foot for me is the fact that you click to interact with NPCs and everything, like I said, but that just pops up a menu that allows you to get info about what you're interacting with, which is the same thing as the examine option from RuneScape, or you do the actual interaction, talking, harvesting, cooking, whatever it might be. You do this a lot. It is the thing you will do the most in this game, is left-clicking, interacting with things. So the fact that a menu pops up that you then have to click again might not seem like a big deal, but it is super, super frustrating. And this isn't the only interface issue with this game. Like, the interface to...
Everything that he's complained about so far has already been fixed. It's been 1 week.
Buy things from a shop where you can buy 10.
Okay, so here's the thing. As as I go through my experience with this game, you're going to see the dynamics of the way that I feel about it change in real time, right? Today, obviously, I feel slightly more negative about the game than I did on day one after playing it for about a week. But this could easily change over the course of the next week as well. So you can't time it to any of these opinions that I'm having currently, because it's going to, wax and wane for sure as time goes on. And maybe it'll only go one direction. We have no idea. It's only been a week. That being said, something that I think is really, really interesting is that all of the problems with the game that people talked about on day one that were really obvious and stood out really heavily were all easily fixable things that Andrew Gower was able to take care of over the course of just a couple of days, 7 days. Most of these things that he's talked about so far have already been fixed. I wonder if it's possible that those things were put into the game in order to distract people from things that they might not like about the game for longer, that they said, oh, here's all of my issues with it. Roy is a really good example of this, right? That Roy had basically all of these same problems with the game when he first started playing. Now all those problems are fixed, but still his feelings about the game, I would say, are tinged negatively. Roy, if you're around, you can correct me or agree with me if you want to. And I think that is something that is interesting, that just because these problems that people are talking about most are getting fixed doesn't necessarily mean that the game is going to be improved for those people, that they still could dislike the game after those problems are fixed.
Or 5 or 1 of an object is really weird. Why not be able to buy a custom amount or be able to buy a full inventory of something, an extremely common use case? Instead, if you want to buy a full inventory, you have to go 10, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the only way to do it. That's crazy. Why did you do this? The game is covered in surface level issues like this that are super easy to fix, but they need to be fixed. And this is a first impression.
And they're being fixed really quickly.
It's important to get this stuff right, because once you lose players from an MMO, it's really hard to get them back.
Totally.
So it might seem like I'm nitpicking here, but they are genuine frustrations that I felt right off the bat. And yeah, this game's a lot like RuneScape. So make it more like RuneScape. RuneScape has solved all of these issues. I mean, this is crazy. So just know, as I talk about this whole game, I'm pretty infuriated with just interacting with the game, and that's important to keep in mind the whole way through. After completing a pretty long hand-holdy tutorial that is actually nothing like RuneScape's tutorial, you get to play the game. The first thing you might be drawn to do is to train your professions, and that makes a lot of sense. In episode 1, you have fishing, cooking, guard, and gathering, and alchemy, and they're fine, I guess. They're all fine. It's important to know that these skills are locked to episodes. There are currently 4 episodes out right now with a 5th forthcoming, and I'll get into why I think this might be one of the worst parts of the game in just a little bit. You train your professions just like you would skills in RuneScape. If you want to fish,
yeah, I totally agree with you, Overt. Definitely. This definitely feels like something that people will look back on and be like, it already is outdated and strange to look at, because it makes me go, oh yeah, that is how it was on day one. That's interesting. I think that if this game would have launched with only these 5 skills, this is going to be crazy. Y'all are going to hate this opinion. I think if this game would have launched with only these 5 skills and those 4 quests, it would have been a better game on launch. I think that adding all of this extra stuff for people to do is dangerous, because now you're locked into what you're already doing for so long for these 4 episodes, because you already have them all out. I think that if you would have put out this one, and then in a month you would have put out Hope Forest, then we could have had something that would have been a much more tight-knit, interesting thing that we were all working on. I know that sounds crazy, because people are already powering through and doing a whole bunch of stuff and getting their total level up like huge. But if people could have only focused on this, it could have been a much better experience. That's all I'm saying. I just think it's a little overwhelming with all of this, because you're seeing how much of this you're going to have to do. And if you had problems with this, now you have to do it 4 more times.
You go fishing. But first, you need to find a spear. So after wandering around the map for a little bit, which is a bunch of joined together rooms that are fit together like puzzle pieces, which I actually really like from a stylistic perspective, but you go from room to room until you eventually find the fishing store. It's frustrating
300 guard and having to start over would be brutal. But, you know, it could have... I don't know. Maybe they could have made some changes along the way and they could have figured out some things that would have made it feel a little bit different.
To find rooms in this game.
Yeah, that's what James said. Something along the lines of, you know, the first enemy that you fight in the quest, after you've just grinded for the total level of 60, killing you because you don't have the combat level of that area leveled up yet, seems kind of like bad game design. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. You just grinded to get there. You just did this whole thing. You just spent 8 hours trying to get there. And then you get there and you can't even do anything yet because you haven't grinded up the skills yet for that area.
But that's just kind of how it is.
So what's the point of grinding up your total skills? Why to get to episode 3 does the captain of the guard tell me that I'm not safe going to episode 3 yet because I'm not strong enough? So in order to get strong enough to go there, I have to level up skills that aren't going to do anything in episode 3. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Bion, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Is you have to go into every alley and every store and house until you eventually get to where you want to go. Until you find the fishing shop, you buy the fishing spear, you go catch some eels or some pufferfish or some flounder, whatever your level is to catch, and you get XP. Unlike RuneScape, the max level in this game, at least right now, is 500. I didn't get to 500. I struggled to even get to 15 in any of these skills, but still. It's good to know there's a lot of vertical progression available because that is one of the issues with RuneScape. The 99 level cap does limit a lot of options, so this is interesting and I'm curious to see how this leveling system gets filled out. Training your professions will unlock the ability to do new things with that profession, as you might imagine. For example, with cooking, you'll be able to cook more complex meals, starting with a bacon sandwich and moving on to a basic omelet or to vegetable stew. One thing that is a little weird is that a lot of times when you unlock the ability to do something new...
Yeah, if you walked into that zone to do that quest, which is what most people I think would do after having just earned the ability to start that quest, it's 100% not possible to do that fight.
For example, catching a new type of...
You don't have any gear that works in that zone.
Flounder, you don't go somewhere new, you go back to the old flounder spot and catch a new type of flounder.
Yeah.
Every resource and enemy in this game has a prefix and then what it actually is. Like this little ivy thing.
This is a really good other point as well, that over my time grinding through level 25 fishing, I went to the same fishing spots multiple times. And there were only a few of them, and most of them were really close to where you sold the fish. And then when I got to episode 2, all of the places for cutting down trees and all of the places for gathering so far have been much more spread out, and there's been much less repeating the areas that you go to. It does happen, but it's much shorter of an amount of time, and everything is much less centrally located, which is something that I think if you're going to have this kind of loop should be sort of thought about a little bit, you know? We're going to level 500 here.
Is creamy.
I also like that the spots are the same. 100%, James. I wish there was more of that in the later skills in episode 2. That's what I'm trying to say. I agree. I like it. I think it's good that the spots are the same. You stay in the same place.
Why? I don't know.
Level 500s are hanging out with level 25s, and that's cool.
But as you level up, eventually it will become different types of ivy in the same location. And then you can use past actions to get prior versions of that if you need it for potion making or whatever it might be. And this is where I start to feel the other inspiration for this game. Possibly, it's at least a similarity, and that's Albion. If you've ever done resource collection in Albion, the feeling in this game is extremely similar.
I've never played Albion.
It's different enough where I'm not gonna say it's a carbon copy, but it feels the same, except it's much more frustrating in this game. For example, when fishing, you have to wade through the water going from spawn point to spawn point, and you can very easily catch them faster than they spawn, so you're just left waiting. And even at the earlier levels, it is still slow. I'm actually pretty sure the leveling in this game is linear. I'm not 100% sure on that, but all the levels felt like they took...
Overt, you bring up an extremely good point. I also agree that we need more bank space for our combat gear as well. Mainly Because, and this is my frustration, you can't see what the levels of your gear compared to other levels are of the gear that you're like the gear that you get. Or say if you have new gear in your inventory and you go to episode 2 from episode 1, and now you have episode 1 gear that now you can't see the stats on compared to the gear of the other gear that you have in your inventory. So now you don't know what is good gear and what is bad gear, but the only place to sell your gear is in episode 1. So if you have episode 2 gear that you've collected, you send it back to the bank to go sell in episode 1. You go to episode 1 to sell that gear, but now you can't see what stats you have on your episode 2 gear to see what you want to keep. And I know that you can just click, quit best or whatever, but the thing is that some gear has different resistances to different elements, and you might want to have different sets depending on what type of element that you're going to be fighting at the time. So it makes sense that you would want to have a set that's good against fire enemies, a set that's good against ice enemies, a set that's good against plant enemies, a set that's good against lightning enemies. But you can't see any of that if you're in episode 1 and you're checking episode 2, 3, or 4, because it just tells you that it's not from that episode. It doesn't let you see the stats. Let me see all the stats, bro. It has the icon underneath of it. It has the icon on the bottom. You can see that, I don't need it to block off me seeing the stats. It just stops me. It now makes me to where I have to withdraw all of that gear, walk or teleport to the other episode, check it all, write down which gear is better and which gear I want to keep and which gear I want to sell, and then I have to go back and sell all that. It's needless. It's pointless to me. I don't know. Maybe there's something going on later on that I'm not aware of, but right now it seems pointless.
So it just never felt like things were getting faster or harder or slower or easier or anything like that. It all just felt the same, and that's a frustrating part, especially when you start doing the quests. The quests in this game are very simple. It's almost kind of like RuneScape quests, where you just get told to go back and forth between places over and over again, and that's fine. I mean, quests don't have to be anything special, but my big issue comes with just the second quest I tried to do, which was called The Lost Shipment.
This quest was actually really fun, and I enjoyed it. Putting a unibrow on your face and then ripping it off and being like, actually, I don't have a unibrow, and then they attack you was hilarious, and I like that a lot. We don't even have enough big space for all the elements yet. Yeah, that's totally. They needed to use the element damage as a reason to change your armor, and not that none of your shit works now, punk. Yeah, totally, dude.
To do the
I don't know if Andrew wants the bag. That's what I'm saying. I want someone to interview Andrew and go, do you want this game to do well, or is it really just for fun for you? Because if it's really just for fun, then that's totally fine and good for you, Also, Riotous, what's up, dude? Howdy. But it doesn't have to be a majorly successful game. But I do want to know what his thoughts and feelings are about trying to make it majorly successful.
I needed to get 25 fishing at one point. I didn't think that was that bad. I was wrong. Like I've already said, interacting with stuff in this game is really annoying, and when you have to constantly interact in the same ways and even in the same places, because like I said, higher level stuff will just replace the lower level stuff in the same areas, things get repetitive so fast, and I got bored really early, really early with this game. It became a grind way faster than I felt comfortable with. When I was playing with a friend, he described it as Andrew Gower, the creator of the game, imagining you would come out of the womb addicted to this game, because that's kind of what it feels like. It doesn't have a good reward loop before making you grind for decently long periods of time, and that is not sick. It is gross, and I dislike it. So anyway, I got to level 16.
I have brought up this point a lot, that old school RuneScape has this huge benefit. RuneScape in general has this huge benefit of being a game that has existed for a very long time. So they're extremely dense in the rewards that you can get early on. Doing all the free-to-play quests takes you roughly 30 hours, which is still a pretty large chunk of time, but it's not the biggest chunk of time. You can get a reward every hour and a half or so, and there's all these little micro grinds in between. You can train some prayer, you can train some combat stats, you can train some mining, you can do all these little things that give you these little boosts that help you out a lot. You can make new armor very quickly on. You can start fishing for food to help you out in battle really early on. You can learn the combat really early on. You can start doing these things immediately out of the game, and they only get more difficult to do as you go on. So training your mining from level 1 to 10 is easy. You can do Doric's quest to boost your stats. You can do a lot of quests that are around the area to boost your stats, and that's all because the game has been around for a long time and it's had enough time in order to put these things into the game. This game hasn't done any of that yet, and the grind is super, super dense. I mean, for sure. Like, 32 carpentry is I don't know, how long did it take? Someone said 7-8 hours, something like that. That's a long time for a grind that's within the first 20 hours of the game.
Fishing, and then I stopped because I was bored. So I went to do something else, and that something else I decided to do was the main quest. To do the main quest, I needed to get to level 15 guard, which is a simple enough thing to do. It's like any other profession, except for this one, I just need to kill stuff. All of the monsters in every episode have their own combat level, I guess. I don't know if it's strictly a combat level, but there's a number assigned to them.
100% Bion. That would be good. Mini games that you can do with other people, maybe even just things that having the skills will help you sort of do, you know, like unlocking content via doing the skills that isn't just you have a skill requirement, so now you get to do this thing. That's, you know, what I think would be important for sure. 15 is easy in your opinion? I think 15 is a pretty easy. From 15 to 20, it's definitely a jump in time, and then from 20 to 25, it's more for sure. You mean 15 hours for carpentry? Is that what you're saying, James? That's crazy. 15 for 32 carpentry is nutso for the second grind that people will want to do. People are going to, if my play of this game has anything to if it interacts with other people's play, if it can be compared to their play in any kind of way, it would show us that people want to get the main story quest done. Then they need 60. Well, there's another quest that allows you, that you need 25 fishing for. So you'll go get 25 fishing. Then you'll be really close to having your level 60. You'll get your level 60. You'll go to the main quest for the next one. And then you'll want the 32 carpentry so that you can start banking stuff. And that's
the
like
higher your guard
the third grind that you're going to get. 15 hours.
level, the easier they'll be to take down.
3 gaming sessions. What are your gaming sessions like, Riotous?
I died, I was frustrated with how long it took, so I switched to doing alchemy. And that's the best thing you can do if you're going to start playing Brighter Shores, is to just bounce around. Don't stick on one thing, because you will probably get very bored unless you are a very specific type of player.
Okay, maybe I should start doing that then.
It's actually a good thing I did alchemy, because there are 5% XP boost potions and even more as you level up your alchemy. That was super neat because it helped me get to level 15 guard pretty quickly, and it helped me round out my total level to level 60, which is the additive number of all of my professions combined. And that is a requirement for the main story quest. And after you do all that, you can finally go to episode 2. And episode 2 is where
so probably 15 to 20, somewhere in there, right?
I realized that this game might have a flaw that is so deep that I might never want to play it again. Like I said, all of your skills or professions are tied to the episode you're in. So episode 1, which takes place in Hopeport, has that fishing skill and alchemy skills and all of that. When you enter episode 2, you get a new host of skills. You get Scout, which is the replacement for Guard, which is just the combat skill. You get woodcutting, carpentry, and other stuff. They're totally new skills. You start at level 0 or 1 in all of them. But what you might notice is all of my gear and even my XP potions are now labeled and grayed out with this episode 1 text on them. It basically means they're useless. I mean, I can still use them strictly.
Yeah, super useless.
But in episode 2, you want to be
now you can't see your stats, bro.
All episode 2 gear. Again, that is just progression.
Bro, I don't even use health potions anymore. I don't fight anything anymore in this game. Like, I see the enemies that aggro me as just being a minor inconvenience to get to these, you know, to get to these next points that I want to get to gather more stuff and do all of that, man. I do like this game. I really do. Or at least I really want to. I don't know what's actually happening inside my brain. It's cool. I like the concept of it a lot. I just think that, like, there's definitely some odd thinking going on behind the scenes of how they've laid it out. And I want to know what the reasons are, but Andrew Gower refuses to talk to us in any way except for patch notes. Oh, Togum, what's up, dude? Watching Mortal Kombat with the GF, but I had to keep my stream streak alive at the very least. Well, I appreciate that, dude. Are you watching the new Mortal Kombat? That's actually a pretty good movie. I like that one a lot. Me and Tiff like that movie too.
Yes, but it feels a little
Grind
strange.
Chapter 3, it's
and
unbelievable.
Then you realize that none of your skills from episode 1 are going to carry over or
thanks, Togum.
be
Appreciate
useful in episode 2. So progress is very much based on the episode you're in. And that is really strange to me. If you ever want to train your fishing, you have to go back to episode 1 and train all your fishing in episode 1. And the stuff you do with the fishing in episode 1 will be useful in episode 1. And when you go to episode 2, that's all gone. It is now only useful in episode 2. The stuff you...
They need 30 quests in episode 1. They need 30 quests in episode 2. They need 30 quests in episode 3 and 30 quests in episode 4. And then in episode 5, they need to start using skills from all of them. And the episode 5 needs to have fishing spots. It needs to have wood cutting spots and carpentry spots, and it needs to have quests that interact with all of these skills. That's the only way forward, in my opinion.
do in episode 2 stays in episode 2, and that, like, what...
Oh, Bion, that would be such a cool idea. Shout out for Wizards 101. You and Tyler both like that game, apparently. That would be such a cool idea. Turn-based combat would be cool.
So it just
It would
doesn't
make more
matter.
sense for the
There's
tabletop
something
thing,
I
too.
like about the episode system. I like that it's like a whole different world, essentially, but making progression meaningful cross-episode, even in tiny ways where there's new rare types of fish, even if they're not as many as there are in episode 1, inside of future episodes would be really cool, and it would make your character not feeling like they're getting totally reset every time they switch episodes. It makes the world feel segmented in a way that doesn't really feel that good. When I entered episode 2, I was excited to see what the game had to offer, and there are cool things in episode 2, like you get to choose your, I don't know if it's a class, but basically you get to choose one of 3 types of magic.
Yeah, blacksmith requires carpentry from the previous act, but it requires you to get the wood from Act 2 and then take it to Act 3, which is like, they might as well be from different worlds. It's like they want to have both things, but by trying to have both things, they have neither thing, sort of. Like they're not completely locked off, but also they're not really working together in the way of there are not new wood cutting spots in Act 3 that unlock because you have skills that you need to do in Act 3. Like I think that if the skills that you use in Act 3 required this is crazy. If the skills in Act 3 required you to like have a certain requirement of say carpentry in order to start them in Act 3, that could make sense. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And it's kind of like Pokemon, yellow good against blue, and then blue good against green, and then green good against yellow. And you just pick one, and then
Combat
you become
triangle.
that. And that's, there you go. It's called the combat triangle. That's also from RuneScape. But the fact that episode 2 is basically starting over, it just doesn't sit right with me, especially in a game where grinding is such a key part. I would like for my progression to be meaningful across the game. I don't know if this is something that will change or if with more time that actually does become the case, but at first glance, it was a real demotivator in a moment that felt like it should have been a milestone for progression. So at this point, after entering episode 2, I was already, like I said, pretty fucking bored. I had done only 2 of the quests from episode 1, the main story, and
Rix, that's a really good point, and I totally agree with you that it is actually nice to be around a whole bunch of people for sure. It is nice to continue to go back to spots. I kind of wish that they had... I feel like that if they're going to go this way with it, I would like them to have less wood cutting spots, the same way that I feel like there was less fishing spots. But I don't know. It's sort of tough. Like I said, I'm just pissing and moaning, but all these videos are negative. We got to watch another video after this
then
one.
just a side quest that let me
Maybe I'll watch the
tune
Brighter Source
weapon-
Central first day feelings
to
about
an
it.
obelisk, which is a system I don't fully understand, but seems to be important because there's an obelisk in episode 2. But I was basically just, you know, bored. The early part of an MMO should be the part you focus on getting right the hardest. And this isn't right. There's no part of this that made me feel like I was moving forward or progressing in the world. And more importantly, there was no part that made me feel like, wow, I cannot wait to continue progressing. Now, this is just me, but it's a sentiment that seems to be echoed on Steam, where the reviews are still mixed. If
they're
you
mostly
can't get
positive
the early
now.
game right, even if it's an early access, that's a big red flag because you only get one chance to make a first impression. That light just died, so that's why the lighting changed. But anyway, Brighter Shores, as you might tell, is a game that I am conflicted about. There are really good parts to this game, and it's mostly the parts that take from RuneScape and Albion, but my problem is, it's worse at being those games than those games are. So if you're someone who wants to play RuneScape, I don't see why you would play Brighter Shores over playing RuneScape. And if you're someone who wants to play Albion, I don't see why you'd play Brighter Shores over playing Albion, at least not in the state it's in. When so many of the fundamentals are either missing or poorly
watched that one too, Lauren.
it's hard to justify recommending this. As it stands right now, I don't feel like Brighter Shores has A, discovered its identity and what it wants to be, and B, has not polished that identity because it's so frustrating to interact with still. I'll be making a full video about Brighter Shores and the topic of new MMOs on my main channel, so make sure you subscribe to that, link in the description. But I will go play some more Brighter Shores and tell you if my thoughts change over on Blue Sky. You can follow me on there. But yeah, point being, I don't know if this game is gonna last. It doesn't seem to have legs to me. It's too flawed. I hope I'm wrong though, and I hope it improves. And Andrew Gower, I'll always believe in you, my little baby boy.
He brings up some really good points. I think overall I'm probably 80% more positive than he is in general. I think that he did a good job of bringing up the negatives in a way that didn't feel like he was just harassing the game. A lot of the stuff has been kind of fixed already, but you know, there's a lot more that needs to be sort of meat and potatoes looked at. That the garnish has been made much more appealing, but the actual meal itself is still not all the way there. But we'll see what happens as time goes on. I'm going to continue playing, obviously. Also, who said it? Was it Rix? Yeah, Rix. Despite every content creator making a scaling video, the game is over 80% of its all-time peak active every day still. I think that people at the game are simply playing it. I remarked on this to Tiff the other day that the game has not dropped in player base very much since its launch so far, which is very interesting, that its peak is still mostly there. And that's cool. It's like 15,000 people playing over and over again. And so that's exciting. I don't know if it's new people trying the game out or if it's the same player base or not, but it's still exciting that we're getting all these people to come in and try it out. So that's cool for sure. Let's see what else we had. Sadder Shores. It's, you know, it is what it is. It has no legs, no meat yet, all bones. Yeah, I think that like even the people who were mostly positive on it are starting to sort of see some flaws with it for sure as we continue to play. A lot of you guys have put in significantly more hours than I have, and the ones who have, there are people who really, really love it, and for you guys, that's awesome. Like I said, I think what's going to happen with me is that I'm going to probably play it a lot up through episode 3. Then I'm going to slow down my pace a little bit and get through episode 4. And then after I get through episode 4, I'll probably like wait for the next one to come out and not worry too much about grinding a bunch of stats or anything, and then play RuneScape leagues and all that stuff. So yeah, we'll see what happens as time goes on. But I really want Brighter Shores to do well. We'll see for sure. It'll be interesting. Like he said, I also agree that I believe in Andrew Gower a lot for sure. But yeah, the daily updates is definitely huge and gives me hope. I just hope that the daily updates are not a thing that slow way down, and that he had a lot of them planned ahead of time. But this is all theory crafting, and you guys know how I feel about theory crafting. Okay, it was a good video. Guys should all like and subscribe to Ideal if you guys haven't already. Let's hit up the next one after this. Okay, so the next one is... There's a YouTuber who's grinding the monument in episode 1. What do you mean grinding the monument? I think he daily update. I'm grinding my first 2 skill capes, but I'm not going to have near enough money to buy them. How much are they? Are they really, really expensive? I still have the game in its charm, but I can't deny that resetting is a bad idea. Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of like a soft reset, and I know that they do play together like as time goes on, but I just don't know how well that's actually going to play out. We can talk about the theoreticals of this game a lot, but what's going to matter is that over time, if it actually does what they want it to do with those theoreticals, if the ideas of why these things are happening show out to be actually like working to serve that purpose in the long term. There we go. Sorry, it took me a while to get out. You have to rebuild a monument. It takes 1 million stones. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I have no idea what that is though. I haven't actually tried to do that whatsoever. I did stumble upon that though at one point. Like level 240, and I like the game. It's good. It's just bare bones and, well, like I said earlier, lacking in the badassery department. Okay, so you're enjoying it a lot, and you still have like some statements about it that aren't 100% positive, which is cool. I like to see that. That shows me that you're very thoughtful about why you like it and why you don't like it and all that stuff, Solo. What keeps you logging in for long hours every day? Is it something new? Is it that you're actually really, really enjoying it? Like, what do you think it actually is? 504 silver for a cake. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Let's do the Brighter Shore Central video real quick. Brighter Shore Central is the one grinding the monument? Good for him, dude. Let's watch his video real quick, and then we'll watch the one from Will, I think was who it was. Hold on. Oh, we have it saved somewhere. Wait, was this a second this? Brighter Shores is just RuneScape 4. Cool. That's the one, right? Do that one after this one. Game needs bosses in PvP and more golden. Yeah, I think that could massively help. For sure. Either it's funny watching Brighter Shore Central cracking in real time. I've been very interested in this guy from the get-go. His whole thing to me is very odd to see, because like this is the first game that I've ever seen launch in real time where I've watched someone make a channel before it even came out and dedicated themselves to this game, right? Like he is trying to build a career off of being the place that you go to for content about this video game, and he decided to do that before he had any idea what the game was going to be like, which is like a huge gamble. I mean, he's getting practice in making videos, he's like learning how to create content, he's doing all these kinds of things, so like that's a whole skill that he's building for sure. But he could just do this thing for a while, realize that he hates this game, and then not do it anymore, and it could be like a huge chunk of his life that he dedicated to something that he doesn't actually enjoy. So I find it really an interesting sort of career move to make. And so, you know, it totally makes sense to why he's doing it. You know, I wonder, wait, who just gifted a bunch of memberships? Oh, Solo, thank you for gifting 5 memberships, dude. I appreciate that. That's super kind of you, brother. Gee whiz. Thank you so much, man. That's super cool. But it's really interesting to see him, you know, go through this in real time and do all that, man. It's an interesting thing for sure. All right, let's see what it is. Road to Max, and I got my first cape. Brighter Shores All Professions of 500 levels. Which one is it? Brighter Shores Controversy Closed Beta Not Reset, which is the one that was his day one video that I was told to watch. Here's how I feel. Was it this one? Oh, we should also watch one of what's his name? Tiff?
What?
Tells Tales. We should also watch one of Tells videos, because he came from this community, and he's been making videos about this game, and he's doing really, really well on it. We should watch one of his videos too at some point, because I'm like reacting today for some reason. Every time they say a line from the game. That's cool, dude. Hey, do your thing, man. Don't worry about it. Episode 1, 4 days ago. Cool. Okay. Is this the one then?
Oh, let's come.
Why I play though is to see what the end of the game has to offer and to get ahead, so when new stuff release I can try it. Yeah, totally. I think that's kind of why I'm playing too, honestly. But I just, you know, I like sometimes I wonder why I'm doing that, but it is what it is. Okay, let's watch this video from Brighter Shore Central. It's about his road to Max, and he got his first cape, episode 1. Let's see what this actually has going.
Oh, let's confirm. Yep, so we've got all the different emotes that are available. Man, I look so stupid in full yellow. Map updated, training ground. Been told to ask for the...
By the way, guys, it was all in good fun, man. It's a cool accent. The British accents are wild, bro. They're so
magic.
Good.
I sense that you've been told to ask for the guard's magic. Yeah, very clever. Aura is unusual, giving off that vibe. Just needed to change the settings to anybody so we can see any players when we go into the main game world. I'm being taught the sense spell. Hello, mate. What can I do for you?
Did the closed beta people get reset? Is that what we came down on? The closed beta people did in fact get reset? I didn't play because I didn't know that I got into the closed beta. So I have no idea. But I'm assuming he had to start over from scratch.
There we go. Let's go. We need to help out with the Hopeport Town Guard. Get your hands off these antiques. So we just got 9 silver for sorting out this cart for the individual. We're just making a healing potion to heal our wounded warrior. Let's make an extra one just in case it's a proper bad leg. And the captain gets up. That's a fine medicine. I'm starting to feel better already. We can start to see other players. This is awesome. Look at everybody here. We're all killing these recruit sparring guards. This is awesome.
Dude, day one was so good because you were absolutely packed in with people and you were all doing the exact same things because none of you knew what was going on whatsoever. And that was just so much fun to be around all those people in a new MMO. Like, what a great time. I'm kind of glad I didn't play the closed beta because if I would have, and I would have played for 2.5 weeks and tried to make a bunch of content and gotten to, 280 total level, then to get reset to come back into this game, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would have done it again. Like, I know there's 3 slots on my account for characters. I don't know if I would have done it again 2 weeks after I had just done it for the first time and had no option to go back to that character. That would have been soul crushing in some kind of way for sure.
This is what MMOs are all about. We've got some dancing going on here. So the plan is I'm going to get a ton of forager items, and I'm also going to be training alchemy quite high up because the early levels of alchemy are actually very, very useful. But we need to forage a lot of this kelp at the start here. There we go, level 2 forager.
Yeah, Rix, for sure. I think that one of my big flaws in like playing this game so far is that I just haven't clicked in with the understanding of how it's all working together yet, for sure. That's like just a thing that I have to unlock as I go further.
Now actually steal, or should I say forage, the creamy wall
I'm
plants.
excited to watch him
Steal the neighbour's plants.
to see what the best way to do things are.
Closer to the bank. Yeah, there we go. Level 4. Quartermaster is going to be teaching us the Quartermaster spell so we can put our equipment away. Very, very useful stuff. Oh my days, there is now a ton of players on release date. It seems that this area, they are able to load in quite a lot more people. Oh my days. Let's go. This is it. It's popping off. Let's steal some plants. Steal the neighbour's plants. Yeah, I need to actually buy that. I forgot. 13. Right, we'll buy one. Are you on the actual Shaw Central channel? Yep. As I'm stealing the plants, this dude is level 8.
I get that all the time in this game, bro. It is really cool to play a game that like a chunk of my audience plays that doesn't know that I'm in it right now because the people just come to you. Dude, some people hate the driving crooner, dude. Some people can't stand me, dog. Which I get it. I'm not for everyone, you know. I learned that a long time ago.
The Death Crow birds. 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes into release, and that's what he's doing. Now we have a full invent. Now you can actually sell any forage goods to this trader here, but it actually makes more sense for me to bank these. If you don't plan on doing much alchemy, then of course lots of players. You might as well just sell them.
You can tell he played this game a lot in the closed beta.
All my foraged goods. Freshly foraged goods from the neighbor. Let's go back and steal some more. They are ever growing. They keep growing back. This is a sustainable way to achieve what we need to. Yes, there we go. Level 8 foraging. We have unlocked the Piper potatoes. Someone's written in the comments, bro, is level 2 forager already triads. Just want to say that this just feels awesome. We are now foraging this item. It's a level 4 item, but again, you can use these for set potions, so it's best to get maybe 100 of these or so. Might get more. Thought I'd get some of this done because I need to sell some of the potions to then make more money to then buy the trial. Okay, we need more.
You can sell the 10%
so
potions.
I need to go foraging a bit more. Back to the beach we go for some more kelp so we can make
I wonder why he picked foraging
more
first.
potions and then sell the potions and get the gold. It is just an endless loop. Let's do it. We have got the item and we can now start foraging other stuff. Quick update, we've now got to 22 foragery. And
it is kind of interesting that he's the first person on the internet who's actually trying to play this game well, that we can actively watch and follow along with and see. There might be some other people out there doing it, but he's the first one with any kind of viewership that's doing it. And for that, I applaud him like crazy because it is so hard to crack a game from the get-go. And probably in the next 2 years, all of this is going to be outdated and no one will be playing this game again or like this anymore. But it reminds me a lot of, if you guys remember when Minecraft first started coming out, when the betas for Minecraft were first around, and there were people like, back in the day, I think he was called maybe Call Me Kevin or something, but he was this Irish guy who played Minecraft a lot. He's one of the first Minecraft YouTubers, and I remember seeing that game and him playing it, and I had this exact same kind of vibe to it.
17 alchemy, and we're about to forage some of these pond weeds And also we need
Forging
to
is
find
used to gather stones
this
for the monument
other
word.
area here, which is these water lilies, and try to just build up a good stack of these in the ingredients bank in the alchemy potion. And these bell plants that are used for a specific potion too. And we've just discovered the water lilies that are just down here. There seems to be 3 here and then a load of bell plants on this other side, so you can collect them all before they all respawn. So we're level 26 now. Just want to see how much items we've now got. So we have a range of stuff here now that we can use. 219 of these water lilies to make into strength cryoneers. And there goes level 20. So we've unlocked the AFKA task for alchemy if we was ever wanting to do that. We've got these XP pots, so when we drink these it gives an extra 5% XP. We're going to go to the enchantment shop, quite expensive. So I just handed over the secateurs and that gave us 0.4% XP boost. Was it really worth it? 55 silver. It
is wild how drinking the potion gives you 5%, but using or getting the enchantments give you 0.0 or 0.04% or 0.4% or whatever it is. It should be so much more, I feel like, but maybe later on that number is going to matter a lot. I mean, you think that 0.4 means that every 200 gathers that you do, you basically get 1 free gather, which is kind of crappy to some degree, as opposed to in 100 gathers you would get 5 free gathers if you did a 5% boost from an XP potion or a 10% boost or whatever you end up getting from the later potions. And so that's sort of something to kind of think about and consider. There was a problem in MapleStory that people had for a long time where they would worry so much about like this weird meta of you have to get as much XP boost as possible. Even though you already had 400% XP boost from all the different methods of getting it, people would spend hundreds of hours getting 10% more. And it's just such a small piece of the puzzle. You would be better spending that time grinding. You'd be further ahead if you just grinded your character.
Actually goes up in price. If I click on enchant, 78 now. So if I want to get another 0.4% boost, just got some alchemy going on whilst I'm eating my tea. Level 21 alchemist as tea. Well, and we got the next knowledge point. I'm going to convert that for XP onto forager, and hopefully that gets me to level 28. And there we go, level 29. Green hobberries unlocked. Let's go. And they are not that far away. They're just near the crater area. We're going to get a huge XP drop by foraging this for the first time as well, collecting the card. 530, and they give, how much XP do they give per for this level 29?
There's a monument piece there.
I haven't put my XP pots on, I probably should do that. 184, not bad at all. And then there's these monument pieces right next to it that you can gather, which...
They just chew down that too, dude. And then in Australia, they chew on their vowels. Nor.
Give 123 XP, so as we wait for them to respawn, you can probably do this. Never mind, I've just found something. These monument pieces, you can actually go over here, right next to where the monument is. You can...
Man, it's hard, he sounds depressed. It's so hard to play a video game by yourself and just talk the entire time. It is much better to go back, in my opinion, and overdub the voice after you filmed everything. Just because it's so hard to just talk to yourself in a room. I mean, I can do it great because I do it all the time because I'm a crazy person. But realistically, playing a video game for 5 hours straight and trying to talk to yourself so that you have a lot of verbiage to use as footage later on is really, really difficult.
There's a deposit bank for the monument pieces, but also these stairs. I think
James does kind of sound like that too. I mean, is it the weather? Is it just because you guys don't get enough sunlight over there?
Yep, I can actually sell these to the individual here. I also want to know what happens once we reach 48. Does it just go on to the next stage and you get more money for each one? We'll see. Oh, stage 1 repaired. It comes to a cutscene. And does that mean that it changes the monument some way? I think it does. We are almost close.
Well, does it?
It changes the monuments.
I don't see a change. I'm looking real hard, fellas. I'm not seeing a change.
some way. I think it does. We are almost close to level 35 forestry.
Jeez.
We've also been getting these monument pieces and the hogberries for quite some time now. There we go. Level 35, 35. Yeah, King.
I just don't think I'm the gamer that you guys are, you know? I don't think that I'm the stairs that changed. Damn, my ADHD. It got me again. Oh, it did. Damn it. I just don't think I'm the gamer that you guys are. I don't understand how people put 100 hours into a game in 1 week, dude. How do you guys not get bored? I mean, props. I'm not talking down anyone. We're different people. I just don't get it. I play a game for, I mean, the most I can play a game in a row is like 6-7 hours. And then I start to think like, I'm hungry, bro. I could go for like a snack. And then I go get a snack and I'm like, dog, you know, it sounds really good. Like going outside for a little bit. Then I go outside for a little bit and I'm like, I want to play some guitar. And then I play some guitar and then I got to go to bed for the next day. And then I'll go the next day and I'm like, oh, I played like 6 hours yesterday. I'm going to take a little break today. I'm going to do something else. And then I get on to something else. Like it's wild.
There we go. Level 35, 35. Yeah, King Felwan. Found the King Felwan potatoes, level 35. Let's get one of these, see how much XP we get. 200 and then 595. Wow. How much do they go for each? So they sell for 550 to the shop. That's quite good.
I'm a slow paced gamer. I don't have any 99s, dude. I don't have any 99s in RuneScape. I may never get 99s.
What this monument does when you finish it. Okay, we have collected.
Can you type F in chat yet? In Brighter Shores, or have they not fixed that?
All the monument pieces needed for this person here. We now have actually more than we need. We've got 368. I'm going to calculate how much we make. We're on 54 silver right now. Let's see how much we make from selling all these monument pieces. I think we're going to be rich. We do 24 and invent. And then we go up here, sell the item. Now we can only sell so much till we have to move up to the next tier. But we've got 312 to sell. Now
it's different skill sets, right? Like, I think that there's like different types of ways to go about the whole thing, right? Like you can definitely get content out of just grinding the game for a massive amount of hours, for sure. That's a huge thing that a lot of people do. It's one of the things that I think Settle does extremely well. I mean, he's also an incredible storyteller and does a whole bunch of other stuff, but like they're definitely like different skill sets for sure. It's so just like, bro, I can't do it.
9 silver and invent.
F is blocked, damn.
Okay, this is going to make us some decent money. Okay, I think we are on the last inventory here, and then I think it will move on to the cutscene, and we can see.
Let's see how it changes this time. I'm going to figure it out before you guys do.
Okay, so that completed quite fast. That's hefty pieces completed 2. We are now on to substantial pieces. We can collect 312 of those, and I think it just gives more silver. So, how much did we make? Let's have a look. Cutscene, and we can see how many of the other one we can collect. Oh no, I've already done it.
Oh, he already did it.
Okay. We are on the last.
Okay, it became cleaned up on the top platform now. That's what happened this time.
We can see how many of the other one we can collect. Oh no, I've already done it. Okay, so that completed quite fast. That's hefty pieces completed 2. We are now on to substantial pieces. We can collect 312 of those, and I think it just gives more silver. So, how much did we make?
I haven't watched any of these videos
Let's have
yet,
a look.
Dude.
First of all, we've got the coins here. 175 coins. Okay, so I think the best route forward is to forage these potatoes that are level 35 because they give 200 XP each. And then run around this monument, collect the other areas of potatoes and the hogberries here. Then the hogberries in the next room here. And rinse and repeat, and that seems to be the best XP per hour. And so that's that room cleared, and when we go in here, these should be respawned by now, and they all are. However, I need to know...
So collecting multiple things at the same time could be a move for sure.
Cape actually costs. So
yeah, I need to do that 32 carb grind for sure.
So we can actually buy it at some point. So I'll need to check how many of these...
Tiff, where are you at currently? What's your levels?
What?
Are you even playing? What's your levels? Okay, word.
We've got We're also just a few levels away from common limpet and green kelp. Used Hermport Telly because we've got a full invent, and now we're going to just check how many we've got. 556. So we've got a...
Bro.
We've been gathering quite a lot, so we can make the Strength Tempeste, which I think is for the Hammer Mage, Hogberries, and common limpet.
It really is that right off the bat, they want you to start grinding, and they just expect you to just be completely okay with that for sure, it seems like. I really think that this game is going to totally revolve around grinds, and people who are willing to put hundreds of hours into it very quickly are going to have the best time in this game, I think. And I think that someone like me who is putting in, 5 hours, 3 or 4 days a week is going to be a very, very difficult time to sort of get my feet to where the other people are getting their feet to.
I could sell the ones that I've got here to the store because it's worth actually 490 each. If I've got 500 of these, this will be 250 silver. However, I think it makes much more sense to make them into potions as well. The question is, do I gather 400 common limpets or buy it from this store here so I can mass produce those potions? Because I've got one of the ingredients,
Buy them.
that I'll still profit anyways. Yeah, because you can buy them from the store for
I agree
with
you. Buy them for sure.
320 copper. I've got 500 of them, but you can only sell them obviously for a reduction of a cost. So that's 500 bronze that I sell them for. So the vendor proper merches you. I'm going to need to get the limpets anyways to make it towards all these other areas of levels. So I think it makes sense to, instead of buying from the store, to actually gather them. Okay, I'm going to buy some ingredients I've given in because I want to chill and watch a movie for a bit. So we got the common limpet and the other ingredient. So for prepping it, you get 56. Let's see.
God, I want to know so much about this guy's life, dude. This is the thing, is I want to start interviewing these other YouTubers, and I don't even want to talk to them about the video games that they play. I just want to talk to them about what their lives are like and how they do these things and all that kind of stuff. I'm so interested in the methods behind it, the day-to-day. What do you eat for breakfast? Where do you go? How do you relax whenever you're not doing this? How do you decompress from doing it? How is the feelings of having the pressure on you to keep going, all that kind of stuff?
How much you get for making it? 84. I just realized that the cold.
Good job, Ghost. It's a good game. RuneScape's a great game. I totally recommend that game 100%.
Is yellow to represent the potion that we're making. That's kind of cool.
Not being able to eat all the food you dude, I know, totally.
Bowl of piss. So if I buy one of the ingredients...
Tiff did the what's it called, Tiff? You did the cooking board or whatever? The chef's board, and she seemed to really like that.
They sell for 1 silver and 470 copper, but they cost 1 silver, 760 copper, so it's not really worth buying some of the ingredients. I want to see how much the capes are for the professions. Future items. So the level 50 forager, I need 500 and...
Yeah, dude, I definitely accidentally dox people all the time.
4 silver.
Did I just dox somebody? My bad.
And we currently have...
I don't know.
161. Yeah, there we go. Level 41, and we have now unlocked 230.
You mean because of my interviewing people ideas? Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I can't help it, bro. I forget that people could be watching right now who would actually kill somebody, I forget. I just assume the best in everybody, that everyone's a normal person who will just leave other human beings alone and not overstep their boundaries and be super weird. I forget that there are people out there who are like that, dude, because I try to imagine that we're all just normies, and not toxic weirdos who want to kick up insults constantly at every chance they get and stuff. But I forget, dude. I'll play guitar on stream again at some point. I did it a few days ago in a Guild Wars video.
32.
I just got a new amp. It's the first amp I've owned in I don't know, 6 years, something like that. It's crazy, dude. It feels so good. It's so powerful. It's rad.
On each. 600 just for discovering it. Oh, wow, I just found this, dude, which you can sell your extra monument to. This changes the game. Major change of plan. Now, these are called storage rifts, and I'm going to need to unlock Herp Forest so that I can then get to a carpentry level to then unlock this.
That's cool.
What this does is it's a bank from anywhere spell. So the next spell is you unlock the ability to bank from anywhere, but I need to get to a certain level of
But it's not from
carpentry
anywhere,
in
it's just from the
Hurt
storage
Forest to be
rifts,
able to
right?
do the quest for the spell. So let's do that, because this is going to help out so much easier. I wish I knew this sooner, because it's going to help out so much more when I'm actually farming a lot of the foraging items here. And
It's very small. This amp is like 16 inches tall and like 14 inches wide or something like that. It's like a 1x12, like 15 watt
need
combo.
a bunch of
Yeah,
buckets,
super
it
sick,
seems.
man.
So let's buy those. I think that'll be enough. 700 buckets. And let's do the activity here. I need to do this once as well to get the card for it, to get the XP. Curious to know how much it actually gives. Okay, 5 and 1 copper. But I think we get some items for it. Yeah, we get these, which I think are used for alchemy as well, once you've actually filled them. Remember, before you do a AFK activity, to empty that to make sure that it doesn't actually cancel the action. Didn't show the interface because I've just woken up. I've got 9,000 XP from the AFK activity and loads of silver. We also got these things.
I know, dude, I'm not made for this game. I'm trash. I shouldn't even be playing it. I can tell by the way that I log out all the time and I don't do anything AFK. I don't even think about it. I don't even consider doing it. I'm just done playing this game. We just log out and we're done now. That's what we do. I'm so stupid, dude. How did I ever think, man?
That are worth 2 silver.
What's your cash stack right now,
they
James?
used to make AFK potions as well, but they're worth about 2 silver each, and I've got nearly 10 of them, so that's 20 silver over night. It might be one of the better AFK activities because you get that and then you also get extra coins as well. So at the moment I'm just rushing out level 15 guard for the main quest line here. We need to get to Hurt Forest as fast as possible to get this damn spell, but when you go get 32 carpentry, I'm going to only post a few clips of this. We're about to get...
I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited to see the trophy, or to see the guild hall and everything. I'm going to try to, like, honestly, I'm waiting for a week or so before I get on Guild Wars 2 and go to the guild hall, because I want to do it in like a video and I want it to be like massively different.
Get level 15 guard, which then means we can
Yeah,
continue
4 Melvor
with the
accounts.
quest line.
Jeez.
Unlocked boat training. We are fixing the obelisk quest completed, and the main...
James, I think you're probably right. I don't know, man. I'm at this weird point in my life where I see autism everywhere, you know? Like, it seems like everyone's like kind of on the spectrum to some degree at this point in my life, but maybe it's just the people that I associate with.
Carpentry place in Hurt Forest, so we're going to see how much money we make or lose with 172 silver. We're just going to buy the logs, make them, then sell them. I'm going to keep a few. I think I'm going to keep a few because I know it's used for blacksmithing and the other crafting skills in Miner Man tubing. You make the poles and you make a lot of money by making them into full items, but we just need to power level this so I can get the spell. And these sell the logs, and you can just buy the logs. Head all...
I'm starting to understand this game a little bit more.
All the way back to the store over here, or the carpentry place, and you can deposit the logs in the area up in here. So I'm going to mass buy some of these and then see where we're at with it. We gained another knowledge point. Now any knowledge points I get...
This game might be too complicated for me. That might be what I'm understanding, is that I am a simpleton who likes to smash buttons and who likes to do things that are easy to understand. And in RuneScape, I tend to do the types of training that are very simple and easy to understand. But in this game, if I don't do all of the things and try to figure out the best way to get the XP by doing like AFK mechanics and the idle mechanics and all that stuff, I'm going to be way behind and pigeonholing myself in really massive ways. And I think that like this is a game that wants you to log in every single day and like, you know, jump in and out of it and do all these different kinds of things and run alts and make money for all these different kinds of grinds that you're trying to do. And maybe I'm just not made for it, bro. Maybe we've found an MMO that's just like I'm just not capable of doing. I'm not going to quit. I refuse to quit video games. That's not how video games work to me. But maybe I'm just not the guy.
I'm going to whack
Maybe he's the guy. Maybe he's the main character. Maybe we found him, dude. I don't know.
into Forager because you get 7k XP because I've just like mass leveled that up and it seems quite useful. Bought some more logs and we're going to make these into pearls, but I'm going to keep 24 of each of these. I just realized I'm losing like a few silver pair invent, so I'm going to have to go and make some more potions and sell them to the vendor so I can afford this carpentry grind. So we've mass produced all these potions. Let's trade and see what we can get for them. And we get 177 silver. Brilliant stuff.
Bro, I gotta
That'll
do
be
some
enough
other
for
skills.
Carpentry. I've got some monument pieces that I can sell to this guy here, so I'm going to do that to see how much extra money I can get.
Yeah,
Let's get
multi-boxing
these
is kicked
sold.
out now.
How much per invent? Let's see. Hefty monument pieces. Only 6 silver per invent, but every little helps. We have got a ton of gold. Now we just need to buy lots of these rugged pine pole. We need to buy these pine poles at level 22. That is the best thing that we can make now. I don't care how much money we lose. We're going to blur through all the silver if we need to. We just need to get to that carpentry level so we can get this next spell. We've got 180 more of these. Probably going to need some more, but let's see how far this gets us into the levels. Yep, so we've had some people say that pretty cool that they've added total levels right next to everybody's name, so we can all see what levels
That
we
is
now
really
are
useful. That was a much better
in the
update.
total level for all of these skills. So that's pretty cool, because that's a nice flex. Say if you get like 5,000 total level. Also, someone said Shaw Central, the YouTube channel.
I bet you do, bud. Dude, I have so many moments in my life where people have just I have gotten into this ego war with somebody where like I'm training an account, they're training an account, they try to steal my spot, I start taking their stuff back, they get angry at me, they bring their main, I bring my main. We're both just like ice barraging and stuff in an area that we should just wasting money to try to show each other up.
Oh yes,
It's a good time, dude.
YouTube channel. Someone's put next update Carpenter XP buff, please.
Yeah, someone's got to look at this game, dude.
I've been shaving wood for ages. Finally, we are level 32 carpentry. The grind is over. Just making these shields for the quest, and we've made it. We've almost finished the quest. That's the guy from the start.
Brother.
We've learned the new spell, the Storage Rift.
So which quest is it that you actually do to get the Storage
Can
Rift
be
spell?
used on these stones. You can put items in it. This is going.
There is, Bon, there is some of that. There is like 2-person fishing and 2-person wood cutting, but I haven't seen much else. But it's not anything like major, like
So I've
big
just
set
collected
pieces
a
or
bunch
anything.
more shells, and we're going to try and use this new spell. Here we go. And then can we deposit all? What do we do? Deposit all, and then run back. That is so OP. So the kelp, actually, I've almost unlocked the next kelp, which is level 47, green kelp. It's right here, right next to the storage. This is going to be so OP
I should
for
watch
foraging.
videos on this game, dude. This is not making me. This is doing the opposite of what I wanted it to.
47, let's go.
This does seem like a game that Tip would really like,
There we
though.
go.
In her defense,
Awesome.
Spider's Nest word.
Just going to go
Cool.
bank this inventory with my OP bank spot, and then
Hey, thanks,
check
Silver.
that
I appreciate that,
green
dude.
kelp
Thank
out,
you so
see how
much.
quick that is. Wow, what an XP drop. 750 for actually gathering it once to collect the card. And every one of those gets 260 XP. And they're really close to that banking spot here. And there's 3 more down here. So let's collect these and try to power level to 50. And finally get my forager cape. However though, I still need more. The problem is I've spent all my silver doing carpentry, and now I need more
almost dropped my-
silver to actually buy the cape.
My God.
Level 50, let's go. That's the level we've unlocked.
Silver, dude. Tiff and I are on like opposite sleep schedules right now. Like this morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. and she went to sleep at like 8 a.m. I woke up at 6 a.m. I had no idea because I've been asleep since like 10 o'clock last night or the night before last or whatever. And Tiff had started playing Brighter Shores for the first time, and she put 8 hours in it all through the night and got to 60 total level and everything.
What's the finally the forager
It was like
cape?
5. Sorry, Tiff cranked it,
That
dude.
is just finally.
She likes RuneScape
Finally.
okay, but it's
That
definitely not her
took
favorite.
Forever. Finally unlocked.
Yeah, dude, you definitely might have to get diagnosed. Actually, I think that this game is just a diagnosis. Like, you can now go and you can just like pick up your piece of paper from Andrew Gower.
The level 50 Forager cape. But the problem is we can't afford it.
I don't know. This game is dramatically more simple in the way that it's put together. RuneScape is like a giant puzzle that you uncover, whereas if this game is that way, it does not make itself apparent to me. But RuneScape, like, Tiff hates RuneScape because she has to do quests. That's what it comes down to. Tiff hates RuneScape because there are 160 quests for her to do, and she doesn't want to do those quests. I like RuneScape because I like to do quests. That's my type.
Because we've got 114 silver. So we now need to grind 400 more silver. Okay, so what we got to make some cash money with? Okay, we've got 120 of these, 254 of these, 451 of these, 114. I guess we have to just make potions to make money.
Why is he
again.
hoarding all
Sell
this?
all. 176. Right, well, I need the money. That gets me to 331. Okay, what am I going to do? Okay, we have 424 silver now, but I'm going to do something incredibly stupid and actually sell some of this stuff to the vendor just to make up the rest because I want this cape by
Get the
tonight.
cape, bro.
This is inefficient. I won't recommend doing this. This is just me wanting the cape.
Dude, major props to this guy. Like, I know we've had some fun in the past with Brighter Shore Central, but like, this dude rocks. This dude is doing the hard work of playing this game, bro. Like, when I tell you guys that you deserve better out there, these are the people that you deserve to have the work ethic from. Like, this guy is out here putting in the hours for you all so that you can see what this grind looks like on day 3 of the game or whatever. And just major props to him. Then he had to edit this video, dog. Just like so much work. I'm lazy, bro. Like, I don't know, man. I just kind of want to do what I want to do. And like, I hope that aligns with what you guys want to see. But if it doesn't, like, I don't know, man. It's just the way it is.
No.
Shout out this guy for real.
16 silver.
Fucking Mr. Yorkshire over here, dude.
I mean,
You want
that's
to come
not
up here,
bad,
Bimbo?
but
Come on.
I would rather keep it to make items with it, but we need this coin. And there is...
Dude, he
enough
is,
silver.
man.
I think
He is
it
at his
was
9 to 5.
500 for the cape. Let's go check. We are ready to buy this cape.
Like, I'm just saying. He did all this in one day, right? I would rather do anything else than do all this in one day. I would simply pass away. I couldn't do it. It wouldn't happen. There's not a chance. I don't even think that, I think that like by hour 4 or 5 of this grind, I would become so much less efficient because I would just sit there and stare at my screen for 20 minutes at a time. That's what happens every time I try to do homework or anything. Whenever I'm doing the stuff for like data structures and algorithms, which I still haven't finished that class, bro. My brain just fries out. And I just stare at the screen and I can read the same thing over and over and over again. And I'll never understand what it means. I could do it for hours. I don't know how to make my brain not do that.
504 silver. Forager's cape. Well worth it. Let's buy it. Finally.
He's so
The
tired.
Forager cape is achieved. It's in the
James, I like that I have no ability to tell what this dude's emotional state is, but like, you can tell because you're also British. That's insane. Can you tell what Americans' emotional state is? Can you tell when I'm tired? Can you tell when I'm angry? Probably Ambien. He's probably on Ambien. Makes sense.
We've bought it. Let's put it on. What does it look like? Let's go to the center to put the cape on. Okay, it's in the invent. Equipped. And there we go. We've got the first part of the cape. It's really, really small. The cape. Like, what the fuck? It's like...
That's what she said, bro. She said, "Is that it? Is that what I've worked all this time for? For this little shrimp?"
like a...
Of a
napkin.
cape. Of a cape, guys. Get your head out of the
Seriously.
gutter. Jesus.
It barely goes down.
Jesus, you
So,
perverts.
to make the cape even longer, we have to actually get to
Doesn't get any longer, dude.
the other areas of the cape. Okay, so that means
Are
more
you for
grinding.
YouTube?
But I'm not having a cape like this. This is ridiculous. Look
He's
at
not
this,
even,
it's
he's not even
halfway
interacting with
down.
these people
We want
anymore.
it all the way down to the feet. We need to grind this cape out till it's...
Yeah, dude, they say this isn't going to work. And I go, yeah, I thought so. I thought it might be the case.
Right. Anyways,
I'm
guys,
sorry.
thanks for watching this video. If you've watched till the end, you are an absolute legend. You've got a very good attention span. Thank you for all the support on the channel. Smash the like button, subscribe if you've watched to this point, and I will see you in the next video.
Okay,
where
fellas.
we will be doing...
It's a good
I
video
don't know.
from Brighter Shores Central. Oh, let's go to the next one. Brighter Shores is basically RuneScape 4 or something like that. Or it's just RuneScape 4. It's not you, it's the cape, dude. Yeah, dude. It's the angle. The angle is the problem. It could work. The cape could be completely sufficient, but it's all about the angle that you're using the cape from. That's what's really important here. It's you. You know, your back isn't flexible enough to use the full length of the cape. That's the problem. If you arch the back, there would be less back, and then the cape would be longer. That's the problem. We've all been there, guys. Don't leave me out here to dry on this. Y'all know. Okay, let's watch this video and then let's call it a night because it's late for me and I'm tired and I gotta think about whether or not I can actually continue playing this game, dude. Gee whiz, this guy's so committed. I'm not committed like this. Sorry for all the innuendo. You guys know what happens. I get tired. I just start talking about the innuendos and sexual stuff and all that. 74% mostly positive. That's good. That's good. I feel like the people who are going to leave negative reviews are gone now at this point. So it's like only positive people. Yeah, you need to rotate your hips more. Then the cape is perfectly long enough, dude. Obviously. Reach back and spread and the cape will... Okay, we're done with it, guys. Which means everyone in Brush was like 6 months. Yeah, dude, that's all it is. Okay, let's watch this video, guys, and then we'll get it out of here. This is the one that Rix, I think, told me to watch, or maybe it was, I can't remember, maybe it was Overt, I don't know. Someone told me to watch this video. Brush was just RuneScape 4. This one's 30 minutes long. Let's watch it. It better be well edited. It better be entertaining.
Let's go, dude. The Path of Lightning. Can you cast piss magic? No, it's not piss. It's electricity.
He chose
bro.
the piss magic,
and
dude?
I get a
What
cool
a
giant
fool.
hammer. What are your stats to already be this far? I'm level 62. I'm just that jacked. I was just trying to be like efficient, basically. I was just like going around and like trying to not waste any resources and level up as much as I could.
Yeah, I don't do that at
I
all.
don't know.
I actually
You're in
screw myself
uncharted
constantly.
territory right now. I reckon no one has been here yet.
This guy's cool.
Unfortunately, this is like the guy that
He's an American, so I can tell what his emotional state
runs
is.
the wiki is like watching right now and is like fucking typing 1,000,000 miles a minute. Oh my god. Oh,
The music goes...
we can tell.
Dude, they need to work on the audio mixing for sure. Even those levels out. I know that you want peaks and valleys. I know that you want things to sort of pop in and out and make you feel a certain kind of way. But like, dude, listen. It should not go from negative 25 dB to negative 5 dB without a warning because I will piss my pants.
Teleport. Nice.
Done it before. You guys have seen it.
Uh-oh.
You didn't know. You've seen it.
Uh-oh.
What are the fake races?
That was weird. You guys didn't see that magical guy just walk through here? All right, never mind. All good. Oh my god, another player! It's rare you see players around these parts. I'm liking the game, the episode gear log.
Yeah, dude. I want to get to a point in this game that I don't see other players. That's sort of where my ego is right now. I just want to get to episode 4 so I don't have to look at nobody anymore. Just me, dude. Me and the other complete and total Chads. That's the only thing I can think about.
Thing is kind of a mess.
Nah, Cryo Knights the real ones, dude. Cryo Knights are actually the best. Cryo Knights are the best. First of all, actually, no. We're not having this discussion about Cryo Knights or Hammer Mages. What we're really going to talk about here is that nobody became a nature mage. Nobody, dude. They said you wear bones and you shoot and you do nature magic. Doesn't that sound fun? And we were all like, no. No, dog. What are you talking about?
System. It's just
Who,
like,
man? I get one choice here.
I don't know, man. And also the fact that like
Of
I don't
course there
know,
are. No
maybe
lifers.
I'm just-
I don't even want to be in episode 4 anymore. Now that I know a lot of people are there, it's not cool anymore, dude. I want to go play a game that no one plays, dude. I'm gonna go play Toontown like a real adult, like a real Chad, bro. I'm gonna go become the #1 Toontown
Dude,
player.
but,
That's the
like,
next
dude,
goal.
The gold system is kind of annoying. Where like I literally need to just get 40 gold before I can progress in the game at all, which is kind of insane to me. I think I just have to grind out.
Yeah, GW2 dead game.
Goblins until I get like a full set of gear. That's really it.
The music is so
Oh, this is the
loud.
workbench. Got it. Surely we can make these shields. You have to be level 32 carpenter.
Yeah, that blew me away too. It's like I just want to make something, bro.
Wow. That's really something.
That's why you need
so
to be
I just
level
spent
32
the last
cool.
hour on this quest, and okay, awesome, nice. 3 silver. That's it, bro. I need 40 silver somehow. All right, I guess we're back to fishing, guys. I don't know. Like,
This game is letdown simulator. It's just depression sim the game, dude. You just speed run getting depression. You just speed run feeling like a letdown. You speed run feeling what it's like to be me every single day of my life. Where you have a plan and you go to do it and then it just doesn't work out. And then you have to do a whole bunch of other stuff and you realize that it's like not even worth it to do this thing, but you're already in too deep, so you have to keep going forever. And then when you finally get the thing, it doesn't even actually feel like that much of an accomplishment because you had to work so hard for it. It feels like you've earned it in some kind of way. And you realize that earning something is nowhere near as good as just like getting the thing. Like if you could just have it, that would be so much better, but you had to work for it. So now it's like, that's not even like a cheat code. I didn't even figure anything out. I just did the thing. I just walked to California, you know? Like, of course, yeah, of course I deserve to be in California. I just walked here.
I genuinely don't know what to do. I think I literally just need to get fishing so I can buy us all. I can't decide, guys. I just can't decide. I want the silver just so I can progress in the game.
Yeah, I used a couple
I'll
of months
surely
over.
get
It was a
another
stupid
skill to
move.
level 20 at some point. I'm doing it. Give me my gold. Now we're way closer to getting that. I should really get a snack, guys. How long have I
I haven't
been
even seen a gold in this
like
game.
5 hours. Not till I have something to AFK though.
Bro,
Hopefully
I
get a
can't play
tree.
Rocket League. No one can live
It
at
is
those
gonna
speeds.
be a fucking movie when I start woodcutting. Just wait. Like I actually am. I cannot wait. And then once I get level 20, like scout in the next area, I can just get it for that area instead. Okay, we have 40 gold. I think we just go. Let's not waste any time. Wait, where is he though? Wait, he's just now picking his class? Bro, I was there 2
Everyone's
hours
Crown
ago.
Knight. Okay, we'll try Crown Knight. Will took Hammer Mage. That's probably the bitch option, so we're gonna take this one.
What
Crown
the
Knight's
hell?
dope, man.
No, Hammer Mage is alpha, bro.
Who would have picked
That's
Hammer
so
Mage, dude?
mean. Hatchet is 43 silver. I was just there, dude. It was 1 gold. You read it wrong, man. Oh. Are you serious? I threw. I could have afforded it. It's fine. We'll get that money in no time. I was in it for the long haul.
Bro, you cannot get upset over 1 knowledge point, dog. They
Bro,
keep coming.
you know what I said? I said 1 gold, so be it. I'll grind that shit right now. River's east of the village and then south. Wait, actually? There's a gaping hole in it.
Yeah, you gotta fix it with-
you would need
gotta fix it with
4
planks,
coarse
bro.
ash planks. It just so happens I have that. What do you know? Oh my god.
Yeah, boss fight time. I didn't film this. I said whatever. James talked me out of filming a whole bunch of stuff, which was good on him, but also bad for the content. But it is what it is. I don't have this. This is a cool boss fight. This is a cool idea.
This is not cinema. Wait, this is bad. I better get a lot of XP for this.
This fight took me a long
What's it
time.
weak to?
It just was slow. He has 615 health, and I hit like 8.
I
You got
misclicked.
stunned, bro. 1,500 hours in RuneScape. I didn't get hit a single time, dog. You see red, you move away from it.
Genuinely. I actually misclicked. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Misclick, sure you did.
What is this? Dragon Slayer 1, basically? Dude is in there just refusing to help.
No,
Bro,
this is
he's
a
a
Dragon Slayer 1.
ferryman. What do you want from him?
Get out of there, bro. Jeez, he's giving me
If I was
stress.
driving if I was driving a guy and he started getting attacked by a lizard, I'd...
Him not repairing these all the way up is also giving me anxiety.
Let
I
him
couldn't handle
handle
that, dude.
Dude, I mean, yeah, he's a humble ferryman, bro. I'm the brave adventurer. Like, what the hell? Why should it be his job? Respectfully, like, he doesn't get paid enough for this. Also, he wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for me.
Yeah, you really brought him into
It's
this.
my fault. Finishing blow. Okay, that's a lot of XP. Wait. Nice. Worth.
Is he playing this on his own or did he get sponsored? Non-gamer moment indeed, dude.
All right.
Absolute chump moves, dog. He's only played RuneScape. He's never done any bossing. He's never done any PvPing. He's just a skiller.
Good to go back. Are orange weapons rare? Ban that guy. How are you guys getting oranges? I can't even get a purple?
I don't have the amount of people in my chat to do this, but I think the funniest thing that people can do in stream is banning a viewer for a joke. I think it's so funny when a viewer gets banned for something completely arbitrary. That shit cracks me up. I always assume they get unbanned immediately afterwards, after the stream is over, they get unbanned. But like one of my favorite moments in streamer history is when Asmongold accidentally deleted his entire config for World of Warcraft, so he lost the way his World of Warcraft had been set up since he was a child. And then this guy kept saying over and over again, "It's in your recycle bin." And he finally stops the whole stream and he goes, "Hey, I'm going to go check my recycle ban, and if it's not, you're getting fucking banned because you've been spamming the chat that over and over again." And then he goes and checks, and he goes, "It's not there, ban him." And they ban him immediately, and I was like, yo, this is top tier content, dude. This is what I live for. This is like the funniest moment that I've ever seen on anyone's stream ever.
It's a scam.
Dude, that was one of my favorite Asmon moments for sure.
And then this guy...
I love Asmongold genuinely. I love seeing him being upset so much. It makes me laugh, and so not because like it's good that bad things are happening to him, but his genuine reactions to being upset, his inability to mask that emotion specifically is so pure and so genuine. And there's so few moments of his life that I feel like where he's on the internet that it's like a true genuine place. He's not playing it up or hamming it up, but those moments feel like that's what he's feeling, man. I love it. It's hilarious.
Responded to that and said, "This made me giggle." You are beyond help. That made you like that. That's insane. I mean, damn. Really makes you think, you know? Guys, is this RuneScape 4? Guys, are the shores brighter?
The shores are definitely brighter. Bro, the two-handed weapons suck. I'm just saying that one-handed all the way. It's much faster, more DPS. Bro, why are you backing out? Kill this thing, dog. Oh, kill him. Yeah, okay.
That was cinema. Oh yeah, I was gonna buy the hatchet.
Asmon doesn't make content for me to react to unless I'd go and react to like his videos or whatever, you know, like his talking to the camera videos about why he lives a simple life or whatever.
43.
Sure, I'm not doing that at some point.
This is literally all of my money. Oh my god, I have 700 copper. Cinema. That's it? Oh, okay. Nice. We've done it! Alright. We
No, that's not true, Rex. That can't be true.
got the items.
That wouldn't make any sense.
My gratitude. The corruption's been purged.
I always assumed that Asmon just like
now the crystal
copyright strikes people who react to his videos.
Fouler than the one we banished? No! Maybe that's why the mine goblins have been so aggressive. Maybe it's the cause of the storm.
Y'all mind goblins? Are you guys mind goblins? Do you guys mind goblins? You guys mind goblins? You guys mind goblin these nuts?
Not the
It's gonna make me laugh so much,
Mind
dude.
goblin these nuts.
No,
You'll
no, he
need a
did
Hope
it too.
Force level of
No! Oh no, I'm superfluous. I've been rendered obsolete, dude. This is an embarrassment. I don't even feel like I can go one anymore.
60 and a total level of 153 to receive clearance. I see. Well, that's life, baby. Chat, I'm hours behind on the VOD. Has he enabled his name to be shown publicly? Check it out, brother. Check out the name. Jealous?
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
you have
start
to
putting
enable
my name
people to be able to
publicly, too.
see your name? No. Share character name.
Dude.
Oh my god, bro.
You really got me on that one.
Oh my god. No one has even known that I have a sick username? Bro. I honestly, okay, I was so tired this morning when I looked at that. I thought it meant like other people can have the same name as me.
This guy's a winner, dude. This guy is absolute Chad energy.
It's been fucking 7 hours.
While watching this video, am becoming more self-conscious of myself. That's how good of a streamer he is, that I'm just sitting here being like, I should just quit. There's no reason for me to do this. This guy exists. He's so much better at it than I am. He's so much more entertaining and funny. He's quick with his humor. He uses words other than cool and strong, which are the only two words, the only two adjectives that I know. I don't even know the word adjective half the time. I'm always tired for some reason. I just wake up tired. After I've had a full night's sleep, I just wake up tired. I don't feel like doing anything. It's just making me self-conscious about myself. This guy's never scratched his nose on stream.
Hours. Oh my god, dude.
Son of a bitch, dude.
I had no idea.
Camera looks nicer than
I was
mine.
wondering why some people just didn't have names.
Bastard.
Well, you're rank 1 Brighter Shores and I'm here for it. It's actually so funny, dude. What the hell? How did this become my life?
He's my enemy now.
What
I
the
just
fuck?
realized.
I literally have been the guy that's like, this game's probably gonna suck. Now I'm fucking
I'm
addicted,
adding him to the
bro.
list of
I'm gonna be
nemesis,
playing Brighter
YouTube
Shores.
nemesi. This is that thing. This is that thing where I'm like, I'm trying to make him a villain that I'm going to overcome because I need motivation. I need fury and rage to build inside of me so that I can get back on the grind, so I can pump out the content, bro. Somebody has to do it on my channel, and apparently I'm the only one. I thought about just putting Tiff in, you know? Like taking Tiff off the benches and just going, you're reacting to videos now. You're gonna do it. We're gonna react to all the same videos that got me popular in the first place, but now you're gonna do it and you're gonna make the reactions. And we're just gonna like use a different title, but just have Tiff make the exact same thumbnail faces that I did and just put her in and have her make all the same reaction videos. I don't know what to do for content anymore, dude. Like, I might start bringing all you guys in off the benches too. And just like start flying people out here and just for 2 days have you film every reaction video that I've ever done and make you pose for all the thumbnail photos, and then I'll send you back. Maybe that's the move. Pay you like $100 or something, you know, $100 free flight, and then farm like, I don't know how many views. I don't know. It'd probably get me like, I might go bankrupt if I do that. I don't know. But Tiff, you in?
What?
I'll bring in my parents. Tiff, are you in for reacting?
Yeah, your parents.
Then we bring in Tiff's parents. I just start bringing in all my friends, and they're just like, dude, I hate this. I'm like, this is
Gonna max.
the content must flow. It's YouTube, baby.
No, can't be wasting time here. Jesus, that was close.
Huh?
How do I ask?
You have to go find one of the places to do it at. What are you trying to, what skill do you want to do it for? That's the little pill bug thing.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you unlock the knowledge point thing? I don't know. I never did that. You might have to ask in chat. Yeah, dude, I get like 8 hours of sleep and I'm just tired. I think it's depression. I think it's what we have. I don't know why I'm depressed. I don't feel like I should be. I do all the right things. Tiff doesn't like the XP waste. Tiff is the person this game is made for, dude. You guys don't understand. Tiff commits to games so hard. Tiff is a much better gamer than I am. Tiff doesn't have ADHD. I do. Tiff doesn't play guitar, dude. She doesn't understand. Nah, Vion, we fly you out here and you do the reaction videos alone. What is it? My house smells like bath products. Like my house smells like fragrances and things, like peppermint and birthday cake and all that kind of stuff. It's honestly pretty dope, to be completely real. People, whenever they come in, they always tell me my house smells really good, but I'm nose blind to all of it, so I have no idea. But like we make bath products all the time. So like today it smells like peppermint and like saltwater taffy and stuff like that.
Go, go, go. What? Go.
Yeah, dude, we just feed it all into itself. And then I get more views, and then we pick from those viewers and we bring them in and they start doing reactions. I don't even want to watch all this video. It's so
Jackass.
long, dude.
Figured out how to dupe items. Oh, nice, man. Whisper me. I mean, wait. As soon as that guy typed that, the game is being
Damn it, I should have made a joke when you asked for my house smell. Like I should have said, come, dude.
updated.
Come
You
and
will be logged
piss. I
out.
fucked up. That would have been so much funnier. I'm terrible at this, dude.
Oh, interesting. Wow. That's cool. I got it downloaded, but it's offline. In before rollback.
Yeah, actually,
Servers are
you
offline
know,
for maintenance.
listen, I'm not even the anti-Aspen. No one's the, like, we're all just the anti-Aspen, dude. Just shower once a week, you know?
That's it.
Do you guys shower less in the wintertime, or is that just me? Sometimes I'll shower every day. It depends, you know. Like right now I'm showering every day, but if it's like really cold and I don't move around a whole lot, sometimes I'll go a couple days without showering, bro. I'll go like 2 days, you know. Like 2 days. I'll wash my hair once a week or so, something like that in the winter time, you know. It's just it's cold when you get out of the shower, dude. I don't want to get out of the shower and be cold.
Andrew Gower, you're about to get it on Twitter, my friend. Let me tell you something. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Let's go. I am in, and it's very laggy.
Like once a week.
It's
All right,
just like
dude. I feel that.
Ah,
I maybe bump up those numbers to like twice a week.
Your Shores, just how I remember it. What would you do if your neighbor played his trumpet really loud every night? I'm thinking about punching through his wall.
You have to shower to get in the bed. I understand that though. The sheets are different if you don't shower before you get in them. Laundry once every 3 months. Whoa, ghost. Are you musty, dude? Are you musty, bro?
I used to do laundry once.
Tiff used to do laundry once a month, but she had so many clothes. Tiff buys clothes that she never has to do laundry. Tiff still doesn't do laundry, by the way. Guess who does laundry in this house? Once a week, I do laundry. And I do sheets once, sometimes twice a week, depending on how much we're sweating out, bro, and how much the cats are just like laying around and stuff. Bro, and my house is still, how do people keep their house clean, dude? I don't understand. I do so much, it's ridiculous. I clean every single day of my life. I think it's the jobs and the businesses. That's what I'm thinking, is that like, because I operate a business out of here, I'm constantly making products, there's just like stuff everywhere and it's cluttered. Also, we live in like a really dated apartment too. It was built in like the 60s or 70s or something, but like, I just don't understand, dog.
And pouring
how do people keep it
gasoline on
clean?
Yeah, that's an interesting issue to have. He's playing his trumpet loudly every night.
Yeah, I should probably do that too.
That is really.
Maybe I got the winter blues.
I don't know what I would do. Not anything good. Have you tried talking to him? Bro, shut up. Have you tried talking to him? Get a load of this guy. Genuinely. Bro.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna finish watching this video because he's streaming as well, and it's just like I'm streaming over top of someone else streaming. I'm just gonna sit here and talk for a little bit. By a little bit, I mean like, I don't know, however long the chat keeps going for. Nothing feels better than putting on underwear fresh from the dryer after just drying off from the shower, laying in fresh clean. But dude, Bion, yes, 100%, man, 100%. Like I'm not like a germaphobe, but it is so pleasurable to be clean. Like every time I get out of the shower, I feel like I feel like I'm in a science fiction movie where I've just stepped out of a sanitation pod, you know? It feels so good to be just detergented. All the detergentified, detergented? What the fuck would that word be? Just from head to toe, dude. Just like my skin is dry from how clean it is. That's the feeling that I like, dude. If I could burn it all off of me, I would, man. Just like death by immolation sounds like an absolute sweet release from being absolutely covered in bacteria. Do you guys know that more than 50% of the bacteria or of the cells in your body are bacteria that don't even belong to you? Do you know how much that bothers me? That my body belongs more to the bacteria that inhabit it than it does to me and my cells? Brother, like I don't want to live in the world where I have that knowledge, but yet I do. I hate it. Life is this weird thing that's going on and I am just a part of it. Like it's so unfair that I have to be conscious through all of this. I don't want to die. I just like don't want to have to think about being alive anymore, you know? They belong to you until you take a shit, and then when you take a shit, most of the cells in your body are your bacteria, and then or your cells, and then it builds back up to being bacteria again until the next time you use the bathroom, dog. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I heard someone the other day say that they don't believe in bacteria. Or they don't believe in germs. I'm just like, that must be fucking nice, dude. That must be really nice to be able to see scientific proof of something and go, I don't believe in that. You're unironically the same shirt guy, but they're actually different ones. James, I've heard a couple of people doing exactly what you do. And like, I get that it could be really freeing, but I don't know, man. I feel like I do wear the same pairs of shorts all the time. Like I have one pair of shorts that I have 3 copies of, and then I have that same short in gray, and I wear those all the time. I love wearing shorts, dude. It's my favorite thing. But I don't know, man. I don't know if I can be the same shirt guy. I tried it at one point in time, but I'm just not the Steve Jobs type. I'm not that cool. The office says your shit is also yours. They said you have to take that home with you, dude. You can't leave that here. Dying feels the same as when you open your eyes in the morning. Yeah, bro. I always assume that post-mortem is a lot like pre-mortem. Pre-life? Post-mortem is a lot like pre-life, you know? Like, I was not alive for a very long time. I assume that being not alive again will be the same. I just won't remember it. It'll just be all over. Lights go out. Done. I think that my biggest fear in life around death is just suffering through a long period of time before I die. That things will get so bad for me at some point that I won't even be able to enjoy being alive anymore. And that's just going to continue on for a long period. Is this going too dark? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's my only thing that I have a close grip on. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Talking about this stuff does not bother me. I grew up in Judeo-Christian church in Baptist, and everything in Baptist is just them telling you how miserable hell is going to be. They're like, yeah, you're gonna burn for eternity, but every single day your nerve endings get renewed, so it's like fresh pain. You never get used to it. It's just brand new pain every single day unless you're saved. That's what my upbringing was like. So thinking about this, I had to learn how to compartmentalize terrible thoughts because I was absolutely plagued with fear the entire first 10 years of my life. Like, they would tell us that you can believe that you're saved, that you can believe that you're a Christian, that you're going to heaven, and you don't actually know. You might not actually be a Christian. You might not actually believe. You're just telling yourself that you believe. So that's what I was dealing with the first 10 years of my life. Just thinking about the fact that I might go to hell because I don't believe enough. And I can't figure out how to believe any harder than I did, dude. You know how hard it is to try to figure out how to believe in God harder than you already believe? And then the worst part was that I knew in the back of my mind that I didn't really believe. I was like, this shit isn't adding up and I'm going to burn in hell forever for it. That sucks. Can my back getting hit by that SUV change me? Dude, I bet it did. My knees are forever changed, dog. I tore a meniscus at one point. It's never been the same. It hurts to walk upstairs now. Walking down them is fine. Walking up is pain. Dude. It's brutal out here, dude. I have a grudge against Baptists for how they treated me and my fam for being a different religion. Yeah, dude, I totally get that, man. It's not good, you know? Like, it's really not, man. Like, religion's kind of brutal, honestly. I kind of wouldn't mind being Jewish, you know? I feel like I could fit in to the Jews, you know? Like, they have a pretty cool little thing going on. Dude, Stakona, I'm so old, bro. I mean, I know I'm not, but my body is, like, wearing down. I've used this thing terribly, dude. I've really beaten this thing to shit and back, man. When I played live shows, I played in a punk band. This is probably why I'm so stupid now. When I played in a punk band back in the day, I would punch myself in the face. That was one of my moves. I would punch myself in the face like that, but really hard in the forehead directly over and over again. Whenever we were in I'd hit like a big, huge open chord and there'd be like a da-na-na-na, da-ba-ba-ba-ba, da-na-na-na, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? That was what I would do. I mean, the God story, do I believe? Yeah, dude, no, for sure. That's sort of the way that I felt as a kid, too. I was like, this seems crazy that it's like I loved fantasy and dragons and Dragon Ball Z and all that shit. And the God stuff just seemed more far-fetched than all that to me. And I think it really messed with my perception of reality for a long time, too. When at Shoe Timble as a kid, we just sang songs and painted words. Yeah, dude, they seem cool. I don't know. They seem rad. Yeah, I don't think I'm balding yet, you know? Like, I've got, like, this thing going on, but I don't have any of the hair loss up here. It's going pretty good, honestly. This is just, like, the like, normal, like, male patterning thing or whatever that happens. Like, I think pretty much all dudes have, like, that shit going on. But this part hasn't gone back yet, which is fun. I have a friend who went bald at, like, 23, and, yeah, it was kind of brutal for him or whatever. But he's doing good with it. He looks good with a shaved head. I look okay with a shaved head, too. I'm fine with it. Tiff hates it, but she'll have to deal eventually. It'll come for all of us, guys. Yeah, we do. God, I can't wait, bro. Listen, man, you know, if the Christians are right, bro, I just got to take that L. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I think I'm a Christian. This is the craziest thing, is that sometimes I'm like, do I believe in God? I find myself praying, and I always voice it as being like to the universe or whatever. But this morning I was having a conversation with God or whatever, just talking out loud to myself alone in the kitchen downstairs, just thinking about, schizophrenia? I was like, because like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard about the Earth Coincidence Control Office, but like it's this concept of, hold on, let me pull this up real quick. The ECCO. This is a rabbit hole that'll fuck you guys up for a while. Eternal health, yeah, dude. It's a big one. The problem with religions though is that like the odds, there's so many of them, you know? Like you have to pick one, and if you're wrong about it, then you suffer for all eternity. That's brutal, dog. There's too many. Like what are the odds that the one that I was born into is like actually the right one, you know? Is this the one? It's so hard to find this dude. John C. Lilly is a nutso. Like this dude absolutely had some kind of schizophrenia, but he rocks, dude. Hold on. Let's just go to his website. You guys can see it in all of its glory. Come on. Here it is. Okay, so this is John C. Lilly. He spent his whole life trying to talk to dolphins. He actually did a lot of really interesting studies in mammals. He was part of that group of people that tried to use dolphins to like go and plant bombs on enemy submarines and stuff. It was wild. But then he also believed in this thing called the ECCO, which is like something that he coined. So I take all this in so I can talk properly. So he said, in one's life, there can be peculiar, appropriate chains of related events that lead to consequences that are strongly desired. After such experiences, one wonders how such a series of events developed. Sometimes there is a strong feeling that some intelligence greater than ours directed the course along certain lines which it, he, she, is programming. Several years ago, I enunciated a format for such concatenations of events somewhat. There exists a cosmic control center with a galactic substation called Galactic Coincidence Control Center, or Galactic Coincidence Control, within which is the Solar System Unit, SSCU, within which is the Earth Coincidence Control Office, the ECCO. The assignments of responsibilities from the top to the bottom of the system of control is by a set of regulations which, translated by ECCO for humans, is somewhat as follows. Have you guys seen this shit? This shit's wild. If you don't pick one, then you sure suffer for all eternity. Yeah, or you just die, bro. Like, or there's no truth to be had out there whatsoever, and we all just evolved from fucking mush, and then we just die and the lights go out and it's all gone. Like, who knows, bro? It is what it is. I think that, like, picking some kind of spirituality, religion, worship, some form of, like, believing in something bigger than you is very, like, important, even if that thing is science or humanity or whatever. Like, I just think it's good for the human psyche to sort of give yourself an out whenever you can't figure out how to fix things. You know what I mean? After like that, I'd rather keep that comment private. No, I totally feel that, dude. I just talk about whatever. Sometimes I listen to it when I start going when I'm having a fast life. Yeah, dude, I'll do that shit too. To all humans, if you wish to control coincidences in your own life on the planet Earth, we will cooperate and determine those coincidences for you under the following conditions. 1, you must know/assume/simulate our existence in ECCO. You must be willing to accept our responsibility for control of your coincidences. You must exert your best capabilities for your survival programs and your own development as an advanced member of ECCO's Earthside Corps of Controlled Coincidence Workers. You are expected to use your best intelligence in this service. So what they're saying here is that, like, there is some kind of cosmic force out there that is paying attention to you and your life specifically, and they are moving things into place to make sure that your life plays out the way that it needs to be. But this doesn't completely relieve you of all of your responsibility. You have to make sure that you do the best that you can in every single situation that you're put into, because if you don't do the best that you can, you will die. And if you die, then there's nothing they can do to actually to control your coincidences, because then you're dead and that's the end of it, right? So I don't know if I believe in this, but this is one of those things that I stumbled upon a long time ago that I have felt like in my lifetime that by at least behaving as if I believe in this has made my life significantly better. I bought this amplifier because of one of these coincidences. I was not going to buy it, and then an amount of money got deposited in my account that I was not expecting that was the exact right amount of money to buy this amplifier. Literally the second, like within the minute of me telling Tiff that I wasn't going to buy this amplifier because like I just didn't feel like it was the right thing to do at that moment. And then that money got deposited into my account and I was like, oh, okay, actually I have to buy this amplifier. And then I bought it. And like, I don't know why I needed to buy it. I wanted to buy it. It was a thing that was in my brain, but like I felt like I should. And then that happened. And it's like, well, now I feel like I really should. So this morning when I was having conversations out loud with everything, this was the thing that I was like sort of talking about outside of myself. Do I believe in it? I don't know. I don't really believe in anything because I think that believing in stuff is like really signing yourself up for like something that is so wishy-washy or psychotic in a way. Like, this is crazy, dude. Who would believe in this? But like, I don't know, man. It's very strange. And if you start behaving that way, things actually happen. Okay, let's continue reading on. You are expected to expect the unexpected every minute, every hour of every day, and of every night. So like, you know, nothing is guaranteed. Everything's going to go crazy. That's what you should expect from life. You must be able to maintain conscious thinking, reasoning, no matter what events we arrange to happen to you. So I actively try to work on that. We talked about that earlier, about how I try to like stay in the moment constantly. Some of these events will seem cataclysmic, catastrophic. Sorry, guys, I can't read. It's late. Overwhelming. Remember, stay aware. Stay aware no matter what happens / apparently happens to you. So like, one of the big things that people do in life is panic. And I think the panic is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Like, no matter what's going on, no matter what happens, like, you just have to make sure that you are staying completely in the moment, because I guarantee you that nothing that you can do in this world is going to work if you're in a panic. Like, you're just not going to come up with good ideas. You're in our training program for life. There is no escape from it. We, not you, control the long-term coincidences. You, not we, control the short-term coincidences by our own efforts. Your major mission on Earth is to discover / create that which we do to control the long-term coincidence patterns. Okay, so this is kind of some fucked up shit. I do this. This is what marketing is. This is what creative work is. This is what running a business is. I am trying to figure out the way to create patterns in the world that get the results that I am looking for. By doing this, you can then like push things out into the world around you. This is not a crazy thing. This is just a real thing that people are doing to us. This is what X is. This is what Instagram is. This is what Facebook is. It is creating and honing in on how you get people to behave in a certain way and do what you want them to do. That's just what this is. When your mission on planet Earth is completed, you will no longer be required to remain / return there. Remember, the motto passes from GCC via SSCU. So like, I don't believe in this, but this is a thing that pops into my mind once in a while whenever I'm in a weird situation or something off the wall happens, or like a big random nonsensical sort of thing happens that seems like it came out of nowhere, but it's just a little bit too perfect. This is the thing that my mind pops to and I always think about. But yeah, John C. Lilly is a psychopath, but he did a lot of really weird stuff over the course of his life, and actually did a lot of work that really like ended up being something for quite a while. Oh, and he invented the isolation tank too. So if you've ever like been on an isolation tank, or you've ever wanted to, you have John C. Lilly to thank about that. So next time that you're like getting into an isolation tank, or you're like, that seems like a good thing, Joe Rogan does that, remember that guy also thought that he could talk to dolphins, and he invented the ECCO. So just, you know, anytime that you guys are out there thinking about this stuff, just remember that. Carpe diem, I have no idea what that is, so I don't know. Yeah, dude, this shit's wild, bro. This is the schizophrenia side of the internet, bro. This is the good one. Listen, man, this stuff exists out here. And I'm not saying like this stuff as in like this is real. I'm saying like this stuff, like the people who write blogs like this, is on the internet, and it's so hard to find. You will never come across this unless someone leads you to this, because it's so out of the way of the internet. This is why I live, dog, to find shit like this on the internet, dude. It's so good. It's such a perfect encapsulation of what I think humans are meant to do, which is create meaning where there is none to some degree, you know? So yeah, guys, this is a little bit of a thing for you to go on about your life and think about and do and enjoy. And you just end up places. You just keep going, and you come across streamers like Will who are just better at it than you are. Hold on, where's it at? No, I backed out of it already. Well, I was looking up sorting algorithms. All right, fellas. Well, that's the stream for the night. It's been 4 hours. It's much too late for me now. Tiff's still playing Brighter Shores. She's probably gonna play until 6 in the morning. I'll be back on tomorrow, and we'll do some more videos, and we'll play some more Brighter Shore. I'll do that thing. So there's no meaning to anything. I told him there's as much meaning as I feel like there being. 100%, dude. I for sure agree with that. We make the meaning, and then we die, and we see what happens after that, fellas. Hopefully, it's fun. Neil Brennan. No Burn? No Bream? No Breen? Hold on, who's this? I'll have to look at this shit. This looks wild. Dude, people look, this give me the weird vibes. Hey, thanks for you guys being here, man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for making my life better. You know, it's a good time every time I see you guys and every time we play a little bit of games together and we do the things. I just always appreciate it, you know? Oh, you're fine, dude. You're totally fine. Twitch is rough for sure. As we're all biologically human and having the same amount of 24 hours a day, most of us just play the part as workforce for the world. Rue, 100%, man. It's interesting that like we are the servant class to some degree, right? Like our very existence is income generation for higher classes. And I mean that all the way down. Like I am my business that I run, which is the two businesses that I run, which is doing the YouTube channel, but then much more primarily making soap and bath products. Soap and bath products are cheap or affordable luxury items that people buy that make them feel better about their lives, which allows them to continue to go to work day in and day out. It gives them a little boost of dopamine so they can handle the nonsense of what existence is for them. Same thing with this channel. We're on here hanging out with each other and talking and enjoying the time that we have together so that we can refuel our minds, so that we can go back out there and do things we don't want to do in order to make other people's dreams come true. If you go and work at a restaurant, you're like literally putting food on the table for the people who don't have time to make the food for themselves because they're too busy out there working. And like you follow this all the way up the ladder, and then eventually you just get to like nepo babies who just sit around and like have huge like wealth and stuff, you know? I mean, if you're not someone who has billions of dollars, then I don't think that it's even possible to like think about I just don't think that like what we're doing is anything other than just sort of like making the world a little bit of a better place for each other. Like the world is a constant struggle and this weird thing that we all do together. And like everything that we do, whether you're handing out a burger in a Wendy's fast food line or whether you're, you know, making bath products for people to buy, like all you're doing is bringing a little bit of joy to other people's lives who are going through some shit, because we're all going through some shit. And like I said, I don't know what it's like to be a billionaire or whatever, but I assume that it's like, it's got its own set of complications and challenges, but those people are so like served that it's interesting to me. You know, I don't know what it's like to have so much access to other human beings as your, you know, your, what would be the term here that's not inflammatory? Your way of living, your lifestyle, you know? It's very interesting. Your servant, I guess. Just another brick in the wall. Indeed. All right, fellas, I'll see you guys on the next one. Be safe out there. Peace out.